At the heart of the ancient world, on the wide and dusty plains of Mesopotamia, stood a city unlike any other. Its bricks were baked in fire, its temples reached toward the clouds, and its name would echo through history as the birthplace of confusion itself. This is the story of Babel. But it is not just a story of one tower. It is the story of human ambition, of language, of memory, and myth, all tangled together in one of the oldest cautionary tales we have. For centuries, scholars, pilgrims, and dreamers have tried to uncover what really happened in that distant land of Shinar. Was there truly a tower? If so, who built it? And why did so many ancient cultures seem obsessed with stories of rising too high and being cast back down? Tonight we are going to explore every layer of this story, from the mud brick foundations of Babylon to the whispered prayers of ancient priests, from the earliest myths of Sumer to the frescoes of the Renaissance. We will trace the legend through archaeology, history, religion, and linguistics. There is a lot more here than a few lines in Genesis. As always, I'd love to know, where in the world are you listening from? And what time is it for you? Whether you're here to unwind, to learn something new, or to drift off while traveling through the past, I'm glad you're here. Now, let's begin. If you close your eyes and try to picture the world of the Tower of Babel, it helps to start not with a tower at all, but with a flat and shimmering plain. The land we call Mesopotamia, the ancient world between the Tigris and Euphrates, is not dramatic in the way of mountain ranges or deserts. It is a place of long horizons, of riverbanks and marshes, of mud and reeds and heat that presses down like a hand. For the people who lived there, the landscape was both generous and threatening. The rivers brought water and rich silt. They also brought floods that could erase a village in one dark night. In the biblical story, this wide river plain appears under another name. It is the land of Shinar. That word has the faint sound of something half remembered, as if preserved from a language that has long since gone quiet. For the writers of Genesis, Shinar was an almost shorthand way of saying the world of Babylon and its neighbors. It was the place where cities rose out of the mud and where human beings decided that stone and baked clay could raise them closer to the heavens. The story as we have it opens with an arresting claim. The whole earth, we are told, had one language and the same words. It is a simple sentence, but it carries a lot of weight. It suggests, first of all, a human family that is not yet divided into tribes and nations. No confusion of dialects, no need for interpreters. Everyone can speak to everyone else. No one has an accent that marks them as foreign. Whatever else the story will do with this, it begins from a picture of remarkable unity. Historically, of course, the world of early Mesopotamia was nothing so neat. If we could travel back to the 3rd millennium before Christ and sit in a market stall in Uruk or Ur, we would hear a lively tangle of tongues. Sumerian, with its clipped and complex sounds, Akkadian, with its relative softness, perhaps the speech of traders from further west along the Levantine coast. The clay tablets that have survived tell us clearly that people in this region wrote in more than one language. Yet the storytellers of Israel chose to frame things differently. From their perspective, looking back through layers of tradition, the first part of human history could be imagined as an era before division, before the great sorting of peoples. There is a kind of wistfulness in that notion. Anyone who has struggled with a phrase book in a foreign city knows the appeal of a world where everyone understands you. At the same time, the story hints that such simplicity might also be dangerous. A single language means that a single project can capture everyone at once. One idea, good or bad, can sweep through the whole community without resistance. The narrative sets us up to watch what happens when this unified humanity decides to build. To appreciate how that choice would have sounded to the first hearers of the story, we have to spend some time on that plain of Shinar and the cities that sprouted along its rivers. Mesopotamia is one of the earliest places on Earth where villages became towns and towns swelled into cities. In places like Eridu, Uruk, and Nippur, people gradually swapped a life of small farming in scattered hamlets for life inside crowded walls. There they dug canals, laid out streets, built temples at the center of their settlements, and turned mud into architecture. Mud was, in fact, the raw material of everything. There are no good quarries in southern Mesopotamia. If you wanted to build a wall, you took river mud, shaped it into bricks, dried them in the sun, or fired them in kilns. If you wanted a strong bond, you used bitumen, the thick black natural tar that seeped out of the ground in a few lucky places. The Bible gives an unusually precise detail on this point when it notes that the builders used brick for stone and bitumen for mortar. Someone who knew the region had clearly left a fingerprint there. The result of all this was not only physical construction, but also a new way of seeing the world. A city is not just a cluster of houses, it is an idea. It says that people can cooperate on a scale that no single family could manage. It says that labor can be organized, that food can be stored, that specialized crafts can be supported. The rise of cities called forth new roles. Priests to tend the temples, scribes to keep accounts, officials to direct the flow of grain and labor. From the fragments of clay that archaeologists have unearthed, we can read the earliest writings of these scribes. Many of the tablets are not thrilling. They record deliveries of barley, lists of workers, allotments of beer. But even these dull records are part of a quiet revolution. Writing itself was born out of this urge to manage a growing urban world. When the biblical story speaks of one language, it speaks to both speech and script. The same words would have looked the same on clay and sounded the same when spoken aloud. Above the low roofs and courtyards of those cities rose structures that were neither palaces nor houses. They were temples built on high platforms. Over generations, as one platform was rebuilt on another, these temples grew into stepped pyramids that the people of Mesopotamia called ziggurats. Their purpose was religious, but their effect on the imagination was wider. A ziggurat stood there as a visible sign that humans could heap up the earth itself and make a staircase toward the sky. We are not yet at the Tower of Babel, but you can feel the atmosphere in which that story makes sense. Imagine being a shepherd from a nearby village, bringing animals to market in a great city for the first time. You walk through the gate, past walls that seem impossibly high. You see the ziggurat in the distance, its terraces rising one above another, painted, perhaps, in bright colors, with a small shrine glittering at the top. You have lived your whole life on flat ground. Nothing in your world reached higher than a date palm. Now there is this mountain of brick, placed exactly where the people of the city want it. For urban dwellers, especially those who lived close to the temple, this site would have become almost ordinary. The ziggurat was not just decoration, it was the ladder between earth and heaven, the axis that joined humans and gods. Rituals would be staged on its steps. Priests would ascend and descend. Offerings burned below and above. To participate in city life was, in part, to accept this vertical vision of the world, where the divine sits literally above you, reached by a carefully constructed way. When the authors of Genesis set their story in the plain of Shinar and have the people say, "Come, let us build for ourselves a city and a tower with its top in the heavens," they are speaking in this idiom. They assume a listener who knows what it means to see a tower pierce the line of the horizon. They assume a listener who understands that a city is more than houses, that it is a system that binds people together under a common project. The story treats the builders not as simple villagers, but as people who already live in the world that cities have created. There is another aspect of this world that matters for our story, and that is the way power worked. In Mesopotamian cities, kingship was closely tied to the gods. The ruler was not divine, at least not in the way an Egyptian pharaoh was thought to be, but he ruled as the chosen steward of the city god. Temple and palace often stood near each other, and projects were justified in religious language. When a king boasted about the walls he had built or the temples he had restored, he did so as someone fulfilling a divine commission. The Bible, speaking from outside that system, often looks at this union of political power and religious ambition with a wary eye. Later stories about Babylon, especially in the prophetic writings, present it as a symbol of arrogance, of a city that glorifies itself and forgets justice. Those later judgments hover just out of sight when we read about the city and tower of Genesis 11. The concern is not technology or architecture in themselves. It is what happens when a culture decides to pour all its energy into making a name for itself. The glow of unity in that opening line about one language begins to look less innocent when we consider the social reality. A single speech community can allow extraordinary cooperation, but it also allows great pressure to conform. In a small village, there is only so much you can ask people to do. The fields must be tended, animals cared for, simple irrigation ditches kept clear. In a city, the demands can be enormous. Tens of thousands of bricks must be molded and fired. Stones and timber must be hauled from far away. Labor is lifted out of the ordinary cycle of subsistence and poured into monumental construction. The Tower of Babel story invites us to imagine the moment when that decision is made. People have settled in Shinar, the narrative says. They have discovered that the soil yields good clay and that bitumen sticks everything together. They have learned how to bake bricks and lay them in thick courses. And one day, perhaps in a gathering of elders, perhaps in a meeting of officials, someone says, "Come, let us start a project that will bind us together and make sure we are never scattered. A city and a tower, a pair of creations that will declare who we are." Notice how the fear of being scattered is present even before the divine response. The builders are not trying to conquer the world. They are trying to avoid being broken apart. In the biblical story, this reveals a mistrust of the original instruction to fill the earth. The divine intent was that humans should spread out, turn wilderness into habitation, carry their image-bearing capacities into every region. But people, as the story tells it, prefer safety. They prefer to huddle together where they feel strong. Historically, there is something very understandable in that. The wider world around Mesopotamia was not empty. It contained deserts with nomadic tribes, mountains with raiders, seas with storms and pirates. If you lived in a city like Babylon or its forerunners, you relied on the city walls, on alliances, on the strength of numbers. The ambition to build a vast tower within your own secure walls could feel far wiser than sending your sons and daughters out into unknown lands. The city, in this sense, is both a shelter and a prison. It protects you, but it also keeps you under the shadow of its great projects and the will of those who direct them. At this point in the story, we have not yet heard the famous part. There is as yet no divine descent, no confusion of speech, no scattering. There is only a single human community on a river plain, a set of techniques for turning mud and tar into enduring structures, and a decision that everything they are will now be defined by a tower that touches the sky. Beneath that simple description lies an entire world of routines and hopes. Women grinding grain, children carrying water, foremen shouting instructions, scribes keeping count of bricks, priests blessing foundations, kings dreaming of their place in history. The remarkable thing about the Tower of Babel story is how economically it gestures toward all this. It gives us only a few sentences, but behind them stands the enormous human experiment that was early urban civilization. When the people say, "Come, let us build," they are not inventing something from nothing. They are taking the logic of their world one step further. If irrigation canals and city walls and temple platforms are good, perhaps an even greater monument will be better. If the union of language and labor has already given them a measure of control over their environment, perhaps it can also secure them against loss and obscurity. This, then, is the stage on which the drama of Babel begins. The plain of Shinar, with its rivers, its reeds, and its long horizons. The early cities, humming with trade and prayer and fear. The ziggurats that already touch the sky in the minds of their builders. A single language that allows commands to travel swiftly from ruler to worker, from elder to youth. And in the midst of all this, a decision that will ripple out into legend, that will be told and retold as the moment when human beings reached for a unity that was both impressive and deeply flawed. For most of history, the Tower of Babel lived entirely in the imagination. People could read the story in Genesis and hear sermons about human pride and scattered tongues, but they had no clear idea where this tower might have stood, or even whether it had any anchor in real stone and clay. There was only a vague sense that somewhere out there, on the hot plains of Mesopotamia, the ruins of that great ambition still lay under the dust. The land between the rivers had become a kind of holy abstraction. It was the place of Eden, of Abraham, of the exile. The idea that one could walk among the broken bricks of the tower itself would have seemed a dream. The first clues did not come from archaeologists in the modern sense, but from ancient travelers who took careful note of what they saw. In the 5th century before Christ, a curious Greek named Herodotus visited Babylon. He wrote of the city with a mixture of awe and suspicion. To him, Babylon was enormous, its walls incredibly thick, its streets laid out in an orderly way, and at its religious heart stood a temple of the god he called Zeus Belus. 7 terraces climbed toward a shrine on top. Priests slept there, he reported, in a chamber reserved for the divine presence. Herodotus is not always a precise reporter, but his account left a lingering picture in the European mind of a Babylonian tower that reached boldly into the sky. The city that Herodotus saw did not last. Alexander the Great dreamed of making Babylon the capital of his empire, but he died there instead. Over the centuries that followed, the great temples and walls sank slowly back into the plain. Mud brick does not age gracefully. When the protection of baked brick facing falls away, rain and wind turn the inner mass back into soft clay. By the time medieval travelers approached the region, Babylon was no longer a living city but a series of mounds. Still, the ruins were impressive enough to stir both superstition and curiosity. Local people gave the mounds names that drew on older legends. One of the most striking heaps of brick south of Baghdad, with a jagged lump of brickwork rising above its sloping sides, became known to outsiders as Birs Nimrud. The name linked the ruin with Nimrod, the mighty hunter of Genesis, who later tradition cast as a proud king associated with Babel. Pilgrims and early European visitors were only too happy to accept the identification. Here, they said, is the tower that defied heaven. In religious prints of the 17th and 18th centuries, engravers confidently labeled sketches of the ruin as the Tower of Babel. What they were actually looking at was the ruined ziggurat of the ancient city of Borsippa, not far from Babylon itself. That structure had once been a massive stepped pyramid dedicated to the god Nabu. Its baked brick core still jutted from the top of the mound like the broken stump of a tooth. In the 19th century, long before systematic excavations, travelers described it with a mixture of wonder and gloom. One English visitor remarked, on the way burnt bricks with unknown inscriptions lay scattered at his feet, some fused with a glassy sheen, as if fire had raged through the tower. To a mind steeped in the biblical story, this looked like confirmation. A tower, a ruin, the memory of divine judgment. What more could one need? The answer, as it turned out, was patient work with shovels and an ability to read the strange wedge-shaped signs on those bricks. In the early decades of the 19th century, Europeans began to take a more systematic interest in the ancient Near East. Expeditions set out from London and Paris, their leaders usually soldiers or diplomats with a taste for adventure and a supply of sketchbooks. They traveled up the rivers by boat or across the desert by caravan, endured fever and heat, bargained with local authorities, and stared at the mysterious mounds that dotted the horizon. Somewhere under those low hills, they knew, lay the cities of biblical and classical fame. One of the great breakthroughs came not on the ground, but on the surface of towering cliffs. In what is now Iran, on a rock face at Behistun, a Persian king named Darius had commissioned a monumental inscription centuries earlier. It was written in 3 languages, all in the wedge-shaped script we now call cuneiform. An officer named Henry Rawlinson risked his neck to copy the signs, clinging to the rock with ropes and stakes. With those copies in hand, scholars were eventually able to use the trilingual text as a key, just as the Rosetta Stone had been used to unlock Egyptian hieroglyphs. Letter by letter, word by word, the languages of ancient Mesopotamia began to give up their secrets. Attention began to shift to another mound closer to the modern town of Hilla. Here lay the true heart of Babylon. In the closing years of the 19th century, a German architect named Robert Koldewey undertook one of the most ambitious excavations of the age. He spent years on the site, living in a simple house near the ruins, supervising local workers, and carefully uncovering the lines of city walls, the processional way, the Ishtar Gate, and the remains of grand buildings described in texts. Among these were the foundations of a gigantic square platform of brick within the sacred precinct of the main temple of the god Marduk. The texts called this ziggurat Etemenanki, a Sumerian name that means House of the Foundation of Heaven and Earth. It is a remarkably evocative title. To the priests and citizens of Babylon, this was not just a tall building. It was the point where the axis of their world touched the sky. Clay tablets discovered elsewhere describe its dimensions. The base was a square, each side over 90 meters long. The tower rose in several stepped stages, probably 7, with a small shrine at the top. A later Babylonian text, known as the Esagila tablet, even provides rough measurements for each stage. Scholars argue about the exact height, but many think it may have reached about 90 meters, perhaps more. If so, it would have dominated the city and the flat countryside around it in a way that is hard for us to imagine. The identification of Etemenanki with the biblical tower is based on more than size and shape. Inscriptions from the time of King Nebuchadnezzar II speak directly about his work on this very tower. On one commemorative cylinder, he boasts that previous kings had neglected the ziggurat and left it a ruin, but he, with the favor of the great God, had seen fit to rebuild it from its foundations. He describes the bricks he had fired, the bitumen and cedar he had used, and the way he raised the summit to stand in pride over Babylon. There is a striking echo there of the phrase in Genesis about a tower with its top in the heavens. A stone object, sometimes called the Tower of Babel Stele, now in a European museum, shows a king believed to be Nebuchadnezzar standing before a stepped tower. The image is small and stylized, but it captures the essential form of a ziggurat. To Egyptians, the iconic structure is the pyramid. To classical Greeks, it is the columned temple. To Babylonians, it was this man-made mountain, this ladder of terraces climbing from the earth to a divine seat. When people from later cultures heard about such a tower, it is not surprising that their imagination seized upon it. While archaeologists were uncovering brick after brick, philologists were working on the names. The Hebrew word Babel is used in Genesis both for the city and the tower. In other parts of the Bible, the same word stands for Babylon, which is how it is usually translated in English. In Akkadian, the language of Babylon, the city was called Bab-Ili or Bab-Ilani, usually rendered as Gate of the God or Gate of the Gods. That was a positive name. It suggested that the city was a doorway through which the divine presence entered the human realm. Hebrew storytellers heard that foreign name and reshaped it with a pun, linking Babel to their own verb balal, which means to confuse or mix. The city that claimed to be the gate of heaven became, in Israelite memory, the place of linguistic confusion. The more texts were translated, the more the world of Babylon began to look familiar in strange ways. There were flood stories on clay tablets that reminded scholars of Noah. There were law codes that sounded, in some respects, like early brothers of the commandments given to Moses. There were hymns and prayers that recorded ancient longings and fears. Within this wider tapestry, the ziggurat of Etemenanke stood out as a particularly vivid thread. It was at once an architectural marvel, a symbol of royal ambition, and a focal point of religious life. When later readers of Genesis imagined a single great tower on the plain of Shinar, this ziggurat would have been an obvious real-world model to draw on. It is worth picturing the scene when Koldewey and his workers finally traced the full outline of the tower foundations. Day after day, laborers dug through layers of rubble and drifted soil. They moved wheelbarrows of broken brick and powdered clay. Slowly, a coherent square platform emerged, its sides aligned with the cardinal points. The lines were crisp, the corners true. Here was no random heap of debris. This was the deliberate footprint of a colossal structure. Even in ruins, the thing had presence. To stand on that level ground and look up, knowing that once 7 bright terraces had risen above you, must have been a sobering experience. The realization that Burst Nimrud was not the Tower of Babel, and that the true candidate lay at Babylon itself, did not erase the emotional power of the earlier identification. Generations of travelers had seen the Borsippa mound as a warning. Their notes and drawings formed part of the long history of how the West imagined the tower. Yet the correction mattered. It demonstrated that romance and tradition are not enough. To connect ancient stories with ancient places, one needs the stubborn details of inscriptions and the discipline to follow where they lead. Ziggurats themselves did not belong to Babylon alone. Throughout southern Mesopotamia, cities built these structures beside their temples. Ur had its towering platform dedicated to the moon god. Nippur had one for the great god Enlil. Each was a local version of the same idea. The gods were thought to dwell in the heavens, but their favor and attention could be drawn down to a particular place by giving them a raised residence. The ziggurat was rarely a place where ordinary people climbed. It was a ritual space for priests and select officials. The everyday worshippers gathered in courtyards below, under the shadow of the ascending terraces. This pattern matters when we think of the Tower of Babel story. The people in Genesis are not criticized for building tall structures as such. The problem lies in their intent. Come, they say. Let us build ourselves a city and a tower and make a name for ourselves so that we will not be scattered. A ziggurat, built as a house for a god, raised in humility as a place where heaven might graciously touch earth, is one thing. A tower raised for the sake of human reputation, designed to secure the builders against the future, is another. The biblical narrative takes a familiar piece of Mesopotamian architecture and turns it into a moral test. Modern excavations have not found a smoking gun that says, "Here is the exact moment when this tower was begun or halted." What they have found is a landscape filled with ziggurats in various stages of construction and decay, and a set of texts in which kings boast of their projects and confess, sometimes between the lines, their anxieties. Nebuchadnezzar, in his inscriptions, speaks often of permanence. He wants his name to be remembered forever, his works to stand for all time. Yet the archaeologist who reads those words does so while standing in the ruins of the very structures that were supposed to defeat time. That tension between the dream of endurance and the reality of collapse is at the heart of the Tower of Babel story and at the heart of the archaeological record. Bricks crumble, temples fall, languages change, yet the desire to build upward, to mark the landscape with something that says we were here, persists. Etemenanke, the house of the foundation of heaven and earth, is only one instance of that impulse, but it is a particularly grand one. So by the time we reach the world of the biblical writers, there is a long history already in place. The plain of Shinar has seen city after city rise. Ziggurats have been built, repaired, and left to erode. Kings have stamped their names into bricks and sent their scribes to record their achievements. Travelers from distant lands have stared at the mounds and wondered what stories they conceal. When the tale of a single tower with its top in the heavens begins to circulate, it falls onto soil that has been prepared by centuries of real towers and real human projects. In this way, archaeology and text speak to one another across time. The archaeologist sees the layers in the earth. The reader of ancient writings follows layers of memory and interpretation. Both are trying to get at the same thing, which is not simply what stood where, but what it meant to the people who built it. When we look at the broken base of Etemenanke, we are not just looking at a massive engineering effort. We are looking at a people who believed that the distance between the earth and the sky could be narrowed by work, that a tower could become a kind of cosmic hinge. That belief did not disappear with Babylon. Similar ideas appear in other cultures, in other times. But in Mesopotamia, the expression was particularly literal and physical. To climb a ziggurat was to enact, step by step, a journey toward the divine. To stand at its base and look up was to be reminded of how small one was. It is in the presence of such structures, both impressive and fragile, that the drama of Babel takes on its sharpest focus. If the Tower of Babel story were a tree, its roots would reach deep into the soil of a much older storytelling world. Long before anyone in Judah told the tale of a single language shattered into many, scribes in the cities of Sumer had been scratching their own dramas into wet clay. They wrote about kings who tried to stretch their influence across mountains, about gods who tinkered with human destiny, and about the strange, slippery thing we call language. To follow the story of Babel to its source, we have to sit for a while with those Sumerian tablets and listen to the voices that come through them. The story begins in a classroom. Not the kind with desks and fluorescent lights, but a low mud brick building known in Sumerian as the Eduba, the tablet house. Here, perhaps around the middle of the 3rd millennium before Christ, a boy sits cross-legged on the floor with a fresh lump of clay in front of him. His teacher recites a line in Sumerian, that old language of city gods and temple hymns, and the boy tries to press it into the clay with a stylus. The script is cuneiform, wedge-shaped signs impressed with the cut end of a reed. At first he writes simple lists: grain, animals, numbers. Later he will copy more elaborate texts, songs, laments, proverbs, and myths that reach back in time. The remarkable thing about this scene is that the boy is probably bilingual. Sumerian is already, in many cities, a learned language, the speech of ritual and scholarship. On the streets of places like Ur and Lagash, people are speaking Akkadian, a Semitic tongue related to later Hebrew and Arabic. In the tablet house, however, the old language rules. To become a scribe is to learn not only signs but also a culture that is already looking backward to its own golden age. When Sumerian scribes write about a time when the world was different, they are already thinking in layers, much as the later authors of Genesis will do. One of the most intriguing pieces that came out of these schools is a long story we now call Enmerkar and the Lord of Aratta. The text survives in several fragmentary copies discovered at different sites, which suggests it was copied and recopied for generations. In it, we meet a king of Uruk named Enmerkar, a figure who belongs to that hazy region between legend and history. Enmerkar wants to build up the goddess Inanna's temple in Uruk, and needs precious stones and metals from a distant land called Aratta. The problem is that the Lord of Aratta has his own ambitions and is not keen to submit to Uruk. What follows is a kind of diplomatic drama in verse. Messengers hurry back and forth between the two cities, carrying ever more elaborate speeches. Enmerkar tries persuasion, then threat, then magic. The story is full of boastful claims about the greatness of Uruk and its god. But near the end we encounter a curious passage. The text tells how the god Enki, lord of wisdom and fresh water, once changed the speech of humans. The exact wording varies in the damaged tablets, but the gist is that there was a time when everyone worshipped Enlil, the chief god, with a single voice, and that Enki then altered the tongues of the people and scattered their speech. It is hard for a modern reader not to feel a jolt of recognition at that line. Here we have a Mesopotamian story that already links divine action with the disruption of a previous harmony of language. The motive in the Sumerian tale is not quite the same as in Genesis. Enki is a trickster, a god who likes to unsettle neat arrangements. Yet the idea that a god could reach into the human world by adjusting human speech is already in circulation. The later Babel story will take this idea and use it in a different context. But we can see the earlier pattern. Language is not simply a tool. It is one of the levers by which the gods shape history. Another early composition that brushes up against our subject is what scholars call the Eridu Genesis, a Sumerian account of creation and flood. This text, also reconstructed from damaged fragments, tells how the gods created humans, founded cities, and eventually grew angry enough to send a great flood. In one section, there are hints that before the flood, humans shared a common mode of speech and a simple, peaceful way of life, which was then disrupted by divine decision. The parallels with later biblical traditions about a pre-flood world followed by a judgment are suggestive. Again, we see the pattern of unity, then divine intervention, then dispersion. These Sumerian narratives did not come with subtitles explaining their connection to later stories. They sat in archives for centuries, then lay buried for millennia. When 19th century scholars began to translate them, they were startled to find familiar themes. A wise god warns one man of an approaching flood and instructs him to build a large boat. A king tries to extend his power by sending messengers over distant mountains. A god reshapes human language. None of these is identical to the plot of the Tower of Babel, but the family resemblance is strong. What matters for our purposes is not the question of who copied whom, but the cultural atmosphere these texts represent. The people of Sumer and later Babylonia lived in a landscape where many dialects and languages rubbed shoulders. Merchants from Elam in the east, traders from the Levant in the west, mountain peoples from the north, all came and went. The scribes who trained in the tablet houses were acutely aware of different tongues. They produced long lexical lists that lined up Sumerian words with Akkadian equivalents and, in later times, even with other languages. These lists functioned as glossaries and perhaps as teaching aids. To compile such a list, you have to pay attention to what people call things in different languages. You have to accept that the world is not bound to a single set of names. There is a quiet cosmopolitanism in that work. The Tower of Babel story, told much later, imagines an earlier time when that multiplicity did not exist. It is as if the biblical authors took the scribes' awareness of many tongues and turned it backward into an origin tale. Once, they say, there was no need for lexical lists. The notes of explanation in the margins of clay and parchment become, in retrospect, the scars of a divine intervention. The Sumerians also had a profound sense of the power of spoken words. Many of their surviving texts are incantations. These are not stories in the usual sense, but compact rituals meant to be recited aloud in precise form. A cure for a headache might involve a description of a mythic scene in which a demon is driven out, followed by a fixed phrase that the sufferer or priest must speak. The effect was not in the narrative content, but in the exact wording and delivery. To say the words incorrectly was to risk leaving the demon untouched. Words were not simply descriptive, they were active. In this environment, it is not surprising that language would become a subject of myth itself. If speech has power, then the god who controls speech has enormous influence. Enki, as lord of wisdom and trickery, is a natural candidate. In the story of Inanna and Enki, for example, the goddess visits his city and gets him drunk. While he is in his cups, she persuades him to hand over the me, divine decrees that cover everything from kingship to music. The me are not just laws, but patterns for all aspects of culture. Once Inanna carries them off to Uruk, that city becomes the new center of civilization. Language is not the focus here, but the idea that cultural powers can be moved and redistributed is key. The Enmerkar story adds a twist to this. There, the question is not only which city holds which divine privileges, but how people in different lands can communicate. At one point, the overburdened messenger complains about the length of the speeches he has to carry, and the narrative introduces an incantation about the tongue of Sumer, of the foreign lands, of the people. The divine adjustment of language that follows is both a disruption and, in some interpretations, a way of simplifying things. Scholars still argue about whether the text describes the creation of diverse tongues or their unification. The ambiguity itself is revealing. What we see in these myths is a recognition that language is both a bridge and a barrier. It links cities and courts when it works, and isolates them when it breaks. It allows kings to send commands and traders to strike bargains, but it can also sow confusion that has real political consequences. A misunderstood message between Uruk and Aratta could mean war instead of alliance. In a world without radio or reliable writing among the common people, the clarity of spoken words matters enormously. When later Israelite scribes sat in Babylon during the exile, they would have encountered a city that was heir to all these stories. Babylon in the 6th century before Christ was a multilingual empire. Akkadian still echoed in ritual and law, but Aramaic was the lingua franca of trade and day-to-day administration. Hebrew-speaking deportees from Judah had to learn new scripts and phrases just to function. In that setting, the idea of a time when everyone spoke the same language would have had a certain nostalgic charm. It would also have raised hard questions about power. Whose language would that single tongue be? The Babel account answers that question indirectly. The people in Genesis speak of making a name for themselves. They want to ensure that their identity, condensed into a name and a language, is preserved. The scattering of tongues that follows is a judgment on that desire for domination, but it is also, in a strange way, a protection. It prevents one culture from swallowing all others. The Sumerian myths, by contrast, accept the competition between cities as a basic condition of life. Uruk gains this divine favor. Nippur holds that one. Babylon later claims to be the gate of the gods. Language is one more field in this jostling. It is possible that fragments of the Enmerkar story or related traditions floated around the ancient Near East long after they were no longer copied in Sumerian schools. Oral tales travel in ways that written texts do not. An Israelite merchant in a caravanserai might have heard a Babylonian trader mention that once, long ago, the god of wisdom changed human speech, and that is why people in the mountains talk strangely. Such stories can linger in fragments in popular memory, even when scholars forget the original full texts. By the time the authors of Genesis shaped their own account of a tower and confused tongues, they were working in an environment where these themes had a long pedigree. Another way to see the connection is through geography. Many of the Sumerian myths locate important events in cities that later became symbolic in Israelite thought. Eridu, Uruk, Nippur, and Babylon were not imaginary places. They were known centers of religion and power. When the Genesis story speaks of Shinar and of a city founder named Nimrod, whose kingdom includes Babel, Erech, and Akkad, it is drawing on a remembered map of the region. Nimrod is a legendary figure, but the list of cities under his sway reads like a roster of Sumerian and Akkadian centers. Somewhere in that remembered geography, tales of language and pride had been told long before. The question of influence is always delicate. It is tempting to draw straight lines from one story to another, to say that the Sumerian Enmerkar tale became the Israelite Babel tale with only a change of names. Real history is rarely that tidy. Cultural exchange is more like a slow seep through cracked walls than a single bold theft. What we can say with some confidence is that the basic motifs of the Babel story, a unified human language, a great urban building project, divine concern about human ambition, and the scattering of peoples through an act that affects their speech, all have close cousins in earlier Mesopotamian literature. Seen in this light, the Tower of Babel becomes part of a long conversation about what cities and languages do to us. The Sumerian side of that conversation is often playful and sharp. The god Enki tricks, the goddess Inanna schemes, the kings boast. Language is a field where wit and power intersect. To compose a good incantation is to wield magic. To phrase a royal inscription well is to polish one's image in clay for future ages. To misspeak in a diplomatic embassy is to risk disaster. We might imagine a Sumerian scribe and a later Israelite scribe, separated by centuries, sitting across an invisible table from each other. The Sumerian says, "The gods once changed our tongues because they were restless and wanted to stir the pot." The Israelite replies, "The one God changed tongues because human pride had turned unity into a tool of control." Both agree that the babel of languages is not an accident. It is a story that has to be told, a puzzle that has to be explained. Modern readers, living in a world where linguistics is a science, and where we can trace the evolution of languages through shared sound shifts and grammar, may smile at these stories. We know that languages split and merge over centuries through migration, conquest, and slow change, not through a single thunderclap event at a tower. Yet even now, the intuition that speech is central to identity remains. When a government chooses one official language over others, it shapes the lives of citizens. When parents speak one language at home and their children answer in another, they feel the tug of competing worlds. The ancient myths of Sumer capture that tension in a way that is surprisingly fresh. Beneath their references to gods and magical objects, they are grappling with a basic fact of human experience. We are creatures who depend on words, yet no word is permanent. Sounds wear down, meanings drift, scripts change, and with them the sense of who we are. The Tower of Babel story will frame this as an act of divine mercy and judgment combined. The Sumerian stories frame it as part of the ceaseless play of divine politics. Both approaches recognize that language is never neutral. By the time the Babel narrative takes its familiar form, the world it describes has already lived through centuries of reflection on these themes. The Sumerian legends give us a glimpse of that earlier reflection. They show a civilization that saw itself as always on the verge of losing or gaining the favor of the gods, and that understood language as one of the main arenas where that favor could be expressed. The clay tablets that carry those tales are small, fragile objects. Many are broken, many lines are lost. Yet, from their fragments, we can piece together a prehistory of Babel, a background hum of stories in which tongues are adjusted, cities vie for supremacy, and the gods look on with amused or anxious interest. When people today talk about the Tower of Babel, whether they picture a spiraling ziggurat or a crumbling mass of bricks in a storm, they are usually thinking of a few short lines near the beginning of Genesis. The whole episode, city and tower and scattering, fits into a passage that could be read aloud in a couple of minutes. Yet those minutes have generated centuries of commentary, embellishment, and debate. To understand how this compact story grew into something so large in the imagination, we need to look first at the way it sits inside Genesis, and then at the way later writers, beginning with Jewish historians like Josephus, could not resist filling in all the gaps. In the Hebrew text, the Babel story appears in the 11th chapter of Genesis, immediately after the long list of nations that descends from Noah, and just before the call of Abram. It is a hinge. On one side is the saga of humanity in general, with great arcs of creation, flood, and light sketched across the canvas. On the other side is the more focused story of a single family, that of Abram, later Abraham, through whom blessing will come to the nations. Babel is the last collective act in which humanity appears as a single character. After this, people are divided, not only by land and language, but by the distinct histories of their clans. The story begins quietly enough. The whole earth had one language and the same words. People migrate from the east and settle in the land of Shinar, that familiar biblical name for the flat river plain of Mesopotamia. The first thing they do is technological. They say to one another, "Come, let us make bricks and fire them." The narrator pauses to explain that they use brick instead of stone and bitumen instead of mortar, a detail that catches exactly the practice of the cities on that plain. Then comes the turn. "Come," they say, "let us build ourselves a city and a tower with its top in the heavens, and let us make a name for ourselves, or we will be scattered over the face of the whole earth." Already there is more going on here than a straightforward condemnation of architecture. The tower does not stand alone. It is part of a city, and the city in turn is a way to hold people together. The fear of being scattered is explicit. These builders want continuity and control. In a world where floods and invasions can erase settlements in a season, that is understandable. Yet the phrase, "let us make a name for ourselves," has an edge to it. In the world of the Hebrew Bible, a name is not only a label, it is wrapped up with reputation, authority, and even destiny. To make a name for oneself is to seize the power to define who you are, rather than receiving that definition from God. The narrative then shifts scenes in a way that has amused and troubled readers for centuries. We are told that the Lord came down to see the city and the tower. It is almost playful. The tower that is supposed to reach into heaven is, from the divine perspective, a little project that must be inspected at close range. The divine verdict is subtle. God does not say that tall towers are evil. Instead, the concern is that this unified humanity, with one language and one project, will now be able to carry through whatever schemes it dreams up. Nothing that they propose to do will now be out of reach, the text says. In response, the decision is made to confound their language so that they will not understand one another. The work on the tower halts. The city is left unfinished. People scatter from there over the face of the earth, and their place receives the name Babel, because there their speech was confused. The story accomplishes two things at once. It explains why there are so many different languages in the world, and it brings the human story to a point where the call of a single man, Abram, can be presented as a new beginning. Modern scholars have spent a great deal of effort trying to understand how this story came to be shaped in this way. Many think that it took its final form during or after the Babylonian exile, when scribes from Judah were living in a city dominated by a real temple tower, a ziggurat that claimed to join heaven and earth. The name Babel in the text is the same as the Hebrew word for Babylon. For people whose capital, Jerusalem, had been destroyed by Babylonian troops, the memory of that city would have been complicated. It was a place of cultural advancement and deep humiliation. To tell a story in which Babylon is portrayed as the site of frustrated human pride would have had a certain satisfaction. At the same time, the writers of Genesis do something more interesting than simple revenge. The punishment at Babel is not destruction by fire or flood. It is the introduction of diversity. Human language is fractured and people are scattered, but they also go out to fill the earth as earlier commanded. In the larger sweep of Genesis, the very scattering that the builders feared becomes the condition under which God will later call Abraham and promise that through his descendants all these nations will be blessed. The story of Babel is stern, but it is not entirely bleak. The spare quality of the narrative invited elaboration almost immediately. Later Jewish traditions, preserved in writings outside the Hebrew Bible, return again and again to the question of motive and the character of the builders. One of the earliest and most influential of these retellings appears in the work of the Jewish historian we know today as Flavius Josephus. Josephus was born in Jerusalem in the 1st century of our era, into a priestly family. He received a careful education in Jewish law and tradition, but he also moved in circles that were aware of Greek thought and Roman politics. When a revolt broke out in Judea against Roman rule, Josephus first joined the rebel side. Then, after his capture, shifted his allegiance to the Roman general who would become the Emperor Vespasian. It was not a simple life, and his reputation has never entirely escaped the charge of opportunism. Yet in his later years, living under Roman patronage, he wrote long accounts of Jewish history in Greek, partly to explain his people to the wider world. In his work titled Jewish Antiquities, Josephus retells the stories of Genesis with a great many extra details. When he comes to the Tower of Babel, he introduces a character who barely appears in the biblical text, the mighty hunter Nimrod. In Genesis, Nimrod is a shadowy figure mentioned in a genealogical list, a descendant of Ham whose kingdom includes Babel and other Mesopotamian cities. Josephus takes this thread and pulls it into a full portrait. Nimrod becomes a tyrant who persuades people to place their trust in him instead of in God. He encourages them to think that their own strength and numbers are enough to secure their future. Josephus describes Nimrod as someone who feared that another flood might come, and who therefore resolved to build a tower so tall that no flood could reach the top. The tower is both a monument to his pride and a practical scheme to defy any future judgment. In this version, the tower is not simply a cultural project that goes too far. It is an explicit act of rebellion. Nimrod is said to have stirred the people up with speeches, telling them that God sought to keep them in fear and that they should instead rely on their own courage and skill. The tower is, in modern terms, a propaganda project. For a writer like Josephus, accustomed to Roman histories full of speeches put into the mouths of emperors and generals, this kind of elaboration felt natural. He turns the bare biblical lines into something like a political case study. The people are not just nameless workers, but a crowd led by an ambitious ruler. The problem is no longer only the idea of a united humanity with dangerous potential. It is the specific abuse of that unity by a man who wants to make himself central. Josephus also adds touches that underline the severity of the divine response. In his telling, when God confuses their speech, The builders not only fail to understand one another, but fall into conflict. Some, he says, are struck by lightning. Others perish in the ruins of the tower as it is shaken. The scattering is chaotic and violent. It is not just a gentle pushing outward, it is a collapse that leaves lasting trauma. Why did Josephus tell the story this way? Part of the answer lies in his audience. He was writing for readers steeped in Greek and Roman literature, readers who expected moral lessons wrapped in vivid scenes. A simple mention that God confused human language would have seemed thin. By introducing Nimrod as an example of bad leadership and depicting the tower as the fruit of his arrogance, Josephus offers a cautionary tale about the danger of kings who exalt themselves. His own memories of the fall of Jerusalem, of failed leaders and ruined cities, must have been close at hand as he wrote. Josephus was not the only one to expand the story. Another early Jewish work, the Book of Jubilees, probably composed a century or two before Josephus, also lingers on Babel. Jubilees is a rewriting of Genesis and part of Exodus that arranges the narrative in a strict chronological framework of weeks and jubilees. In its retelling, the building of the tower begins a certain number of years after the flood. Nimrod appears again as a central figure. The text gives the height of the tower, reports how long the construction took, and even mentions that three groups of builders had different motives. Some wanted to live together in the tower, some wanted to place an idol on its top, and some wanted to storm heaven itself. God responds by sending a great wind that overturns the tower, and by creating 70 languages, which become the tongues of 70 nations. These details were not drawn from archaeology, they were the work of imagination and reflection. They reveal what aspects of the story troubled and fascinated the communities that preserved them. The three kinds of motive, for example, allowed Jubilees to explore different shades of defiance, from the desire for security to idolatry, to outright assault on the divine realm. The fixed number of languages, 70, becomes a neat way to map the variety of human cultures onto a divinely ordered list. For readers who lived in a world where Greek, Aramaic, Latin, and other tongues jostled together in markets and streets, such structuring of diversity was comforting. In later centuries, rabbinic teachers continued this process of elaboration in the form of midrash, interpretive tales that adorn the biblical text. One well-known tradition imagines that during the building of the tower, a brick was considered more valuable than a human life. If a worker fell to his death, people shrugged and carried on. But if a brick slipped and broke, there was mourning for the lost material. It is a dark little scene, intended to show how the project had twisted values. The tower, in this telling, has become a machine that consumes people. Another midrashic strand suggests that the builders wanted to install swords or idols at the top of the tower in order to challenge God directly. Some versions say they planned to climb up and start a war. Others say they intended to take control of the rains by building reservoirs in the sky. In each case, the builders are no longer simply fearful of scattering. They are plotting a kind of cosmic coup. These stories may sound extravagant, but they are attempts to read Genesis as a living word, to ask what sort of inner attitude could lie behind the simple phrase, "Let us make a name for ourselves." Early Christian interpreters inherited this rich Jewish tapestry and added their own threads. Church fathers such as Augustine considered Babel in the context of their broader reflections on the city of God and the city of man. For Augustine, the tower symbolized a human society organized around self-love and pride, in contrast to a community ordered by love of God. The confusion of languages became an emblem of the way pride fragments human relationships. At the same time, Christian readers often linked Babel with the story of Pentecost in the book of Acts, in which the disciples of Jesus are said to speak in many tongues and be understood by people from diverse regions. For them, Pentecost was a kind of healing of Babel, not by returning to one language, but by the miracle of mutual understanding amid diversity. It is easy to see, even from this brief survey, how the simple narrative in Genesis could not contain the curiosity it provoked. Every generation asked new questions. Who led the project? How did ordinary workers feel? What exactly did God do to their speech? Did the languages change all at once, or gradually? Were there 70 languages, or 72? Was Hebrew preserved as the original sacred tongue, or was it one more fragment created at Babel? Rabbis and scholars argued about these points with considerable passion. One persistent theme in Jewish tradition was the status of Hebrew. Many sages held that Hebrew was the language God used to create the world, the language in which he spoke to Adam, Noah, and Abraham. In that view, Hebrew existed before Babel and continued after it, preserved among the descendants of Shem, while other peoples received new tongues. Others were less sure. Some medieval thinkers suggested that even the speech of Adam had been changed after the fall, and again after Babel. Underneath these disputes lay a longing for an unbroken word, a language that would not shift and twist under the pressures of time. Josephus, writing in Greek, was somewhat more practical. His concern was not to secure the prestige of Hebrew, but to explain Jewish traditions in terms that educated Greeks and Romans could understand. He adopts the standard Greek practice of embedding speeches in his narrative. He casts Nimrod as a familiar type, the arrogant monarch whose pride draws disaster on his people. In doing so, he stretches a short biblical story into an episode that can stand alongside the fall of other hubristic rulers in classical literature. There is a certain irony in the fact that the story of the confusion of languages itself was transmitted and expanded in many languages. The Hebrew of Genesis, the Aramaic paraphrases used in synagogues, the Greek of the Septuagint and of Josephus, the Latin of Jerome and Augustine, the later Arabic accounts in Islamic literature, all carried the Babel story into new cultural worlds. Each time it crossed a linguistic border, it picked up accents and emphases from its new home. The very process of retelling became a kind of living echo of the event it described. By the time the tale reaches Josephus and his contemporaries, Babel is no longer only an ancient Mesopotamian construction site. It is a mirror in which each age sees its own dangers. For readers in the Roman world, it could stand for the arrogance of emperors who tried to set themselves above the limits of mortality. For exiled Jews far from their homeland, it could stand for the imperial projects that crushed the poor and turned human lives into bricks in someone else's project. For philosophers, it was a way to talk about the limits of human knowledge and the inevitable failure of attempts to build a completely unified society. In this sense, The Tower of Babel is one of those stories that keeps generating meaning because it never specifies more than it has to. The text in Genesis does not tell us what the tower looked like, how high it was, or exactly how the builders felt when they realized they no longer understood one another. It focuses on a few key ideas: unity, ambition, fear of scattering, and divine concern. That very restraint makes it possible for later writers to imagine the missing details in ways that speak to their own times. When Josephus sits in Rome and writes about Nimrod, he is not simply looking back at a distant past. He is thinking about leadership, power, and the tragedies he has witnessed. When a rabbi in a Galilean village tells his students that the builders of the tower cared more about bricks than about human life, he is not only talking about Shinar, he is talking about any society that sacrifices people to its monuments. When a church father compares Babel and Pentecost, he is using the story to think about what kind of unity is worth longing for. All of this begins with those few sentences in Genesis 11. They are the seed. The growth that follows, through Jubilees, Josephus, Midrash, and early Christian reflection, shows how fertile that seed was. The city and the tower, the scattered languages, and the lingering questions would continue to fascinate artists and scholars long after the last bricks of Babylon had melted back into the plain. On a winter morning in a medieval church, long before electric light or printed Bibles, the Tower of Babel came to life not on a page, but on stone and plaster. Imagine a parish somewhere in France or Germany. The congregation stands in a nave lined with flickering candles. Most of the people cannot read. To them, the Bible is something they hear and something they see. High above, in the half-light near the chancel arch, a painted scene shows men straining under the weight of bricks, ladders reaching toward a half-built tower, and at the top, a small figure of God descending in a cloud. The priest explains that this is the story of Babel, the moment when human pride grew too tall and God scattered languages. For these listeners, that image, fixed beside scenes of Eden and the Last Judgment, becomes the way the story lodges in memory. For many centuries, the Tower of Babel lived in such pictures. In illuminated manuscripts copied by monks, it appears as a delicate miniature. Scribes painted tiny masons at work, sometimes in medieval tunics and hats, rather than ancient robes. The tower itself usually looks suspiciously like contemporary architecture. Instead of a Mesopotamian ziggurat, it resembles a narrow church tower or a round donjon. Artists were not trying to recreate Babylon accurately. They were using familiar forms to make a moral point. The tower is busy, full of scaffolding, yet plainly unstable. It leans slightly, or the courses of stone do not quite match. The lesson is visual. Projects born of pride look impressive for a time, but contain the seeds of their own collapse. This way of seeing Babel was shaped by the religious imagination of late antiquity and the Middle Ages. Church fathers had already framed the story as a warning about the city built on self-love. Augustine, writing in North Africa in the 5th century, spoke of a society organized around the desire to dominate, in contrast to a community organized around the love of God. Later, theologians and preachers picked up this contrast and looked for ways to communicate it to ordinary people. The tower was a perfect symbol. It reached up, but for the wrong reasons. It drew people together, but in obedience to the wrong voice. At the same time, Europe was busy building its own towers. From the 11th century onward, cathedrals rose over market squares, their spires and bell towers piercing the sky. Italian cities competed to erect the tallest campanile. Northern towns lined their skylines with steeples. These were not presented as acts of defiance. They were meant to honor God, to call the faithful to prayer, to show the wealth and devotion of the community. Yet the resemblance to Babel was hard to miss. Here too, human beings marshaled great numbers of workers, hewed stone, hauled timber and copper, and poured resources into vertical monuments. Medieval artists sometimes played with this tension. In a carved capital on a church column, you might see a mason at Babel standing on a ladder that looks suspiciously like the ladder used by real stonecutters on the same building. On the next capital, an image of a bishop blesses a partly finished church. The two scenes balance each other. One shows building as a form of rebellion, the other as an act of worship. The stone itself becomes a quiet commentary about intent. A tower is not condemned merely for its height. It is judged by the spirit that animates it. In manuscripts, the range of Babel images grows wider over time. In some early examples, the tower is slender and square, like a simple watchtower. Later, artists begin to imagine it as a great round structure with many levels, each with a row of arches. The workers at the lower levels are larger and more carefully drawn, their faces expressive. At the upper levels, they shrink into little smudges of color, a hint of the dizzying scale. Sometimes, at the moment when God confuses their tongues, the scene becomes almost comic. Men gesticulate wildly, pointing in different directions. Mouths open in speech, but clearly unable to agree on where the next stone should go. The moral is serious, but the human confusion has a touch of satire. While parishioners gazed at these images, scholars and monks were wrestling with Babel in a different way. For them, the story raised questions about language and unity that went beyond a single tower. Many believed that humanity had once spoken a pure, original tongue. For Christian writers, that tongue was usually thought to be Hebrew, the language of the scriptures they revered. A learned bishop such as Isidore of Seville in the early Middle Ages would explain that after Babel the one language split into many, but that Hebrew continued among the people of Israel. Latin, Greek, and the various vernaculars were seen as younger branches, scarred by the confusion. This was not a scientific claim so much as a theological intuition. The Word of God, in their minds, should have a special stability. These beliefs had consequences for how people viewed linguistic diversity. On one hand, multiple languages were seen as a mark of division, a kind of wound in the body of humanity. On the other hand, the need to translate scripture and preach in local tongues forced the church to treat those languages with respect. When missionaries to the Germanic or Slavic peoples wrestled with unfamiliar sounds and invented alphabets, they were, in a way, working within the long shadow of Babel. The story that had once seemed only a curse became also a spur to creativity. By the later Middle Ages and the beginning of the Renaissance, the Tower of Babel began to attract a new kind of attention. Artists in the Low Countries, where trade, urban life, and religious debate were intense, turned again and again to Babel as a subject. None did so with more enduring influence than Peter Bruegel the Elder in the 16th century. Bruegel painted at least two major versions of the tower. In one, a huge circular structure looms over a busy harbor city. The tower is not smooth and gleaming. Its sides are honeycombed with arches and half-completed galleries. Some levels are finished, others are still under construction. Tiny figures swarm across ramps and scaffolds, carrying stones, pushing carts, leaning on tools. At the bottom left, a local ruler, sometimes identified as Nimrod, inspects the work while workers kneel. The more one looks, the more Bruegel's painting reveals. The tower's design is based not on a Mesopotamian ziggurat, but on a Roman amphitheater, especially the Colosseum. By choosing that model, Bruegel evokes the grandeur and decay of the Roman Empire, a power that once seemed unshakable but now lies in ruins. The tower appears to be crumbling even as it rises. Some arches do not align. Parts of the external wall rest on shaky foundations. The hill on which the structure stands looks cut and hacked, as if nature has been brutally reshaped. Above, small clouds drift past the upper stories, emphasizing the absurd scale. The entire composition is a meditation on the fragility of human projects, especially imperial ones. Bruegel painted in a world dominated by the Habsburg dynasty, whose rulers claimed vast territories and sought to impose uniform control over diverse peoples. It is not difficult to see his Babel as a veiled comment on such ambitions. The city at the base of the tower looks like a busy Netherlandish port, not an ancient Oriental town. The workers look like contemporary laborers. The image says, in effect, that Babel is not just a story about distant Mesopotamia. It is a pattern that repeats whenever political or religious elites attempt to build structures that disregard the diverse lives of ordinary people. Bruegel was not alone. Other artists in his region produced their own Babel scenes, each with different emphases. Some made the tower slimmer and more elegant. Others piled on the disorder, with collapsing scaffolds and tumbling stones. These paintings hung in the homes of merchants and magistrates, who would have seen in them both a reminder of biblical teaching and a sly commentary on the risks of their own age. To sit in a dining room with a Babel painting over the fireplace was to invite conversation about ambition, faith, and the uses of power. The story also continued to circulate in written form, woven into sermons, moral tales, and poems. Preachers used Babel as an example of what happens when a community makes its security an absolute value. The builders in Genesis fear being scattered. They refuse the divine instruction to fill the earth. For a congregation in a European town, the message might come through like this: if we cling too tightly to our own comfort, if we value our status more than justice, we may end up trapped in our own tower, unable to hear each other at all. At the same time, the tower became a way to think about the divisions within Christianity itself. After the Reformation, when new Protestant churches and the Roman Catholic Church faced one another across Europe, each side occasionally described the other as a kind of Babel. Catholic polemicists could point to the variety of Protestant doctrines and say, "Here is confusion, a scattering of belief." Protestants, on the other hand, sometimes portrayed the institutional church centered in Rome as a proud tower, elaborating traditions and structures that reached above the simple teaching of the Bible. The word Babel and its twin Babylon became charged symbols in this struggle. A city on 7 hills could be praised as the center of Christendom or denounced as a new Babylon, depending on who was speaking. Literature absorbed these resonances. Dante, writing in the early 14th century before the Reformation, but well acquainted with the tensions of his time, placed Nimrod, the mythic builder of Babel, in the lowest regions of his Inferno. There the giant stands among other symbols of rebellious pride, unable to speak any coherent language. Dante gives him a string of mostly meaningless sounds. The image is cruel but effective. The great organizer of a unified people is reduced to Babel, a pitiable monument to the failure of his project. Later, poets and writers returned to the tower as a metaphor for various human frailties. John Milton, in his reflection on creation and fall, evokes Babel as one of the great turning points when humanity chose self-glory over obedience. English sermons of the 17th century sometimes paired Babel with the building of Solomon's temple, inviting hearers to note the difference between a house raised for the divine presence and a structure raised for human pride. The same materials are used, stone and wood and labor, but the intention and the outcome diverge. Through all this, artists and theologians kept circling back to the question of language. The Babel story dramatizes the moment when mutual understanding breaks down. In a world where Latin had long served as a common language of scholarship and church life, the rise of vernacular literatures and national cultures could feel like a new scattering. Was this a blessing, allowing the faith to be expressed in many voices, or a danger, leading to fragmentation? The answer depended on whom you asked. Reformers who translated the Bible into German or English saw their work as a kind of reversal of Babel within their own lands, restoring a clear word to people whose ears had been dulled by ritual words they did not understand. More conservative voices worried that once every tongue asserted its own authority, unity would become impossible. When printing spread across Europe, images of the tower could travel as woodcuts and engravings. Cheap illustrated Bibles and devotional books carried a standard set of pictures, among them a diagram-like view of Babel. Now even households far from great churches and galleries could contemplate the tower. With each reproduction, small variations crept in. Sometimes the tower was labeled simply Babel. Sometimes the artist added a caption about pride or punishment. In some cases, the workers are shown at the exact moment when they discover their speech has changed. Tools paused in mid-air, faces twisted in sudden frustration. By the time the early modern period gave way to the age of scientific exploration and Enlightenment thought, the story of Babel had entered new debates. Philosophers and speculative historians still told the tale, but some began to treat it more as an allegory than as a literal account. They saw in it a reflection of the observation that empires rise and fall, that languages split and evolve, that attempts to impose a single cultural pattern usually end badly. For a skeptical thinker like Voltaire, Babel could be a convenient way to poke fun at religious pride without going into details about bricks and towers. The image of workers shouting across a construction site and getting their words tangled was vivid enough to be repurposed as a comment on political assemblies or academies. At the same time, scholars who were painstakingly comparing languages noticed that the actual history of speech was more complex than the neat division into 70 or 72 tongues envisaged by earlier theologians. They found that some languages spoken in distant places had deep structural kinship. They traced families of languages such as the Indo-European group and the Semitic group. The story of Babel did not disappear, but it was gradually nudged from center stage in learned discussions. Instead of a single moment of confusion, historians of language now spoke of migrations, contacts, and slow changes. Yet even they could rarely resist using the word Babel as a shorthand for the bewildering variety they studied. In more popular culture, the tower remained a potent emblem. Writers in the 19th century, watching the rise of industrial cities, sometimes described the new factory skylines as modern Babels. Chimneys belching smoke took the place of ancient brick towers. Urban noise took the place of the cacophony of foreign tongues. The sense that humanity was again building structures beyond its moral capacity lingered. To live in London or New York or any growing metropolis was to feel both awe and anxiety at the crowded streets and rising buildings. The old story of people saying, "Come, let us build for ourselves a city," felt newly relevant. Even the word Babel, meaning confused sound, acquired a life of its own. Etymologists argue about the exact roots of the term, but in the popular mind, it linked naturally with Babel. A group of people all talking at once became a Babel of voices. A complicated international conference where translators struggled to keep up could be described as a diplomatic Babel. The biblical city had become not just a place in an ancient narrative, but a pattern of experience repeated in offices, markets, and parliaments. So across the centuries, the Tower of Babel has stood, not as a single remembered building, but as an idea that different ages have shaped to their own concerns. For medieval craftsmen carving in stone, it was a warning about projects that forget the value of individual lives. For Renaissance painters, it became a way to reflect on imperial power and the fragility of human achievement. For preachers, it remained a story about pride and trust. For modern writers and artists, it offered a frame in which to think about cities, technology, and the challenge of living together in a world of many voices. In every case, the same elements recur. A city that draws people in, a monument that promises security or greatness, a moment when communication breaks down, and behind it all, the suggestion that there is a difference between unity rooted in justice and mercy, and unity imposed by fear. The Tower of Babel, seen through the art and faith of those who inherited it, continually asks which kind of unity we are chasing when we begin to build. If you walked into a European study in the 16th century, you might find a scholar bent over a heavy Bible, with a quill in his hand, trying to map the entire human family on a single sheet of parchment. He would draw lines from Noah to his sons, then to the nations listed in Genesis, and finally to the peoples he knew from classical geography and travelers' reports. Somewhere on that page, like a hairline crack through the middle, ran the story of Babel. For him, it was not a metaphor. It was the moment when human speech fractured and every later tongue on earth was born. For a very long time, that was how educated people in the West explained languages. Babel was the Big Bang of linguistics. The idea seemed to make sense for several reasons. First, it sat firmly inside Scripture. which many regarded as a reliable historical record. Second, it matched the everyday experience of confusion. Anyone who had tried to bargain with a merchant in a foreign port or negotiate with a distant ally knew just how hard it was when you did not share words. If there was a God who had made the world, it seemed natural that he might have a story to tell about why people could not understand one another. Medieval thinkers tried to arrange the chaos under a kind of order. Many taught that there had once been a single sacred language. For Christian scholars, that language was usually Hebrew, the tongue of the Old Testament. In their telling, Hebrew had been the speech of Eden and of Noah. At Babel, other tongues were created as a judgment, but Hebrew continued among the descendants of Shem and became the special inheritance of Israel. When the Church later turned to Latin and Greek, these were seen as younger branches grafted onto the older tree. This was less a scientific hypothesis than a theological instinct. There had to be an original word that was closest to the divine. Not everyone agreed. Augustine, who thought deeply about language, suspected that even Adamic speech may have changed after the fall, and that the story of Babel must be read more for its meaning than its mechanics. Later, Dante wrestled with the question of the first language in his philosophical treatise on vernacular speech. He considered the idea that Hebrew had been preserved intact, but he also saw that languages clearly altered over time and that new forms arose. He imagined the builders of the tower as men who presumed that they could hold history still, that the language they spoke would never slip from their grasp. In Dante's imagination, the punishment was not only that their words changed, but that they found themselves locked inside sounds that no one else understood. By the time the Renaissance arrived, the appetite for more exact answers had grown, and with it a wave of strange claims. Proud nations wanted their own tongue to have been the one spoken in Eden. Scottish writers suggested that Gaelic was the oldest of all languages. Swedish scholars claimed that their speech was the mother of every other European tongue. There were proposals for Egyptian, Dutch, and several others. Each claim came with elaborate arguments, snatches of etymology, and appeals to old chronicles. Behind the learned disputes stood an unspoken desire. If one could prove that one's own language was original, then perhaps one's own people had a privileged place in the story of the world. Babel became a contest ground. During the same centuries, missionaries and traders were bringing news of languages far beyond the old Mediterranean world. Reports from the Americas, from Africa, and from Asia described vocabularies and grammars that did not fit easily into the neat lists of 70 or 72 tongues that earlier scholars had derived from Genesis. The sheer variety of sound systems and word orders began to strain the old framework. It was harder and harder to imagine a single moment when every one of these had split off like shards from a broken pot. Still, the story of Babel remained in the background as a kind of moral tale. It was used to warn against human pride or to explain why preaching the gospel required so much translation. The real shift came in the late 18th and early 19th centuries, when a new way of studying language took shape. In a lecture in Calcutta in 1786, an English judge named William Jones remarked on the striking similarities between Sanskrit, the ancient language of India, and classical Greek and Latin. The verbs and nouns, he observed, were so alike that no philologer could examine them all three without believing that they had sprung from some common source which perhaps no longer existed. This was not the first time anyone had noticed such resemblances. But Jones put the observation in a clear and influential form. From that remark grew the discipline we now call comparative linguistics. Scholars such as Franz Bopp, Rasmus Rask, and Jacob Grimm began to compare long lists of words from different languages, not in a casual way, but with an eye to regular sound correspondences. They noticed, for example, that a consonant in one language would reliably shift in another, that certain patterns repeated across many tongues. From these patterns, they inferred a family of related languages that stretched from India to Ireland, which they called Indo-European. Hebrew and Arabic formed another family, later known as Semitic. Many other families were slowly identified. This work did something that the story of Babel had not attempted. It treated languages as historical organisms, changing gradually over centuries through contact, conquest, migration, and internal drift. There was no need for a single moment when all tongues were suddenly scrambled. The Babel heard in ports and markets could be explained by long chains of natural development. The picture that emerged was in some ways more intricate and beautiful than the old one. Words could be traced backward through daughter languages to earlier forms, sometimes reaching a hypothetical ancestral root, reconstructed with care and marked as such. For those who still took the Bible literally, this posed a problem. Some tried to reconcile the new science with the old story. Perhaps, they suggested, the event at Babel had created a handful of original languages, which then diversified further in the way linguists described. Others argued that the passage in Genesis should be read as a parable about the danger of imperial unity, rather than as a technical account of language history. A few rejected the new linguistics outright, but as evidence accumulated, the scholarly world increasingly treated Genesis 11 as an etiological myth, a story that explains human difference in symbolic terms rather than a field report from the early Mesopotamian construction industry. The rise of linguistics did not mean that the themes of Babel vanished. They shifted into new debates. 19th century Europe was obsessed with the relationship between language, nation, and race. Some thinkers fused the new language families with old ideas about blood and destiny. Indo-European speech was sometimes linked to claims about supposed superiority. Semitic languages were set over against this as an opposing category. In such schemes, Babel could be invoked either as the tragic moment when unity was lost, or as the blessed moment when certain groups were set apart. It was a dangerous mix of science and myth. Later generations would have to confront the damage done by those ideas. At the same time, the practical problem of many tongues remained. International trade and diplomacy struggled with the fact that no single language commanded universal consent. In the late 19th century and early 20th century, a few idealists decided to tackle this head-on by creating planned languages. The most famous of these is Esperanto, invented by a Polish-Jewish doctor named L.L. Zamenhof. Raised in a city where Russians, Poles, Germans, and Jews all spoke their own languages and often mistrusted one another, he dreamed of a neutral second language that anyone could learn, a shared second tongue that would sit alongside native languages without replacing them. It was, in a sense, a gentle answer to Babel, an attempt at unity without erasing diversity. Modern neuroscience and cognitive science added yet another layer to the story. researchers began to study how children acquire language, how the brain processes grammar and meaning, and how much of our speech capacity is inherited. The discovery of genes that play a role in speech development, such as FOXP2, suggested that our ability to learn language rests on very old biological foundations. That ability emerged long before cities or towers. In that sense, the deepest unity of human speech lies not in a single original tongue, but in the shared wiring that lets a child in any culture soak up whatever language is spoken around them. Today, when linguists map languages on great branching trees and plot them on world maps with color-coded families, the story of Babel survives mostly in the margins. As a metaphor we reach for when meetings descend into confusion or when the internet feels like a roaring crowd. The serious study of language no longer looks for a single event in Shinar. Instead, it finds beauty in the slow flow of sounds and structures across centuries. If there is a lesson that lingers from the old tale, it may be this. Attempts to force a single language or a single culture on everyone are bound to run against the deep grain of human history. Diversity of tongues, far from being a mere punishment, has become one of the richest sources of evidence about our past and one of the most intimate marks of who we are. If you step into a modern city at dusk, stand among glass towers and listen, you can hear a distant echo of Babel. It is there in the mix of voices drifting from a subway entrance, in menus printed in several languages, in the chatter of tourists trying to match words to street signs. The old story about a city, a tower, and a confusion of tongues was set on the plain of Shinar, but its themes have followed humanity into the age of jet travel, satellite signals, and instant translation. The shapes of the towers have changed. Their bricks are often steel and glass, their foundations servers rather than stone. Yet the questions remain remarkably familiar. How much unity do we want? How much diversity can we live with? What happens when communication fails at scale? By the start of the 20th century, the Tower of Babel had already become shorthand for any setting where languages pile up on top of one another. The newly created League of Nations in Geneva faced the practical problem of how to conduct debates among delegates who spoke French, English, Russian, and many other tongues. Translators sat with headphones and microphones, turning speeches into multiple streams of sound. The United Nations that followed in New York institutionalized this even further, with a whole corps of interpreters and official languages. To watch a session in the General Assembly is to see a carefully managed Babel, a place where the confusion is never entirely banished, but is kept at bay by technology and training. Writers and filmmakers quickly noticed the metaphorical power of that scene. The Argentine writer Jorge Luis Borges, with his taste for philosophical puzzles, imagined a library of Babel, a universe shaped like a vast library in which every possible book is present. In that space, meaning is drowned in the flood of letters. Most volumes are nonsense. A few contain truths, but no one can easily find them. The story has nothing to do with bricks and towers, yet the title tells us what he has in mind. A structure built in pursuit of total knowledge becomes a place where people wander, baffled, and often desperate. It is Babel as information rather than architecture. In a more playful register, Douglas Adams introduced the Babel fish in his comic science fiction tale about interstellar hitchhikers. "Slip the tiny creature into your ear," he wrote. and you would instantly understand any spoken language in the galaxy. It was a joke, but also a fantasy of undoing Babel, not through a return to one language, but by making every tongue transparent. Modern technology has taken cautious steps in that direction. Smartphone apps now allow travelers to point a camera at a menu and see translations appear on the screen, or to hold the device between two speakers and watch as it attempts to bridge their words. The results are often clumsy, sometimes hilarious, but the intent is clear. We are building devices to stand where in the old story, only divine intervention could stand. At the same time, there is a different kind of tower taking shape, one that few people ever see. Data centers filled with racks of machines quietly store and process the torrents of messages, pictures, and videos that pass through the internet every second. The network that links them circles the planet. It lets someone in Lagos talk in real time with someone in Seoul, or a teacher in Cairo share a lecture with students in Sao Paulo. This is a kind of global city without walls, a place where the old scattering of peoples has been partly reversed. Yet it is also noisy and often fragmented. Social media, that great marketplace of opinion, can feel like the construction yard of a new Babel, with voices shouting past each other, alliances forming and dissolving, mutual misunderstanding only a careless post away. Modern scholars of religion and culture have pointed out that the Babel story speaks in interesting ways to this digital condition. In Genesis, the problem is not the desire to connect, but the insistence on one project, one center, one name. The builders want to secure themselves against loss by concentrating everyone in a single place. The scattering that follows can be read not only as punishment but as a release, a return to a more varied and open world. In our own time, we see both impulses at work. Some forces push toward homogenization. Global brands, global platforms, and the spread of one dominant language in business and science all suggest a move back towards something like a single speech. Other forces push the other way. Local cultures assert themselves. Minority languages find new life online, where speakers separated by oceans can encourage one another. The fate of languages is one of the most striking arenas where the old myth and current reality intersect. Linguists estimate that thousands of languages are spoken today, but that many of them are fragile, with only a few hundred or a few dozen speakers. When a language falls silent, the stories, idioms, and rhythms it carries vanish as well. For communities facing this loss, the story of Babel can feel bittersweet. It tells them that multiplicity of tongues is ancient and meaningful, not an accident. It also reminds them how easily powerful cultures can sweep aside weaker ones in the name of unity or progress. Efforts to document and revive endangered languages, to teach them in schools and use them in public life, are in a sense acts of resistance against a new Babel, not of confusion, but of forgetfulness. In politics, the tower still stands as a warning. Commentators reach for it when they describe grand schemes that ignore local realities, whether those are economic unions, massive infrastructure projects, or ambitious social programs. The image of a project that rises impressively and then stalls because the participants no longer understand one another is too apt to leave alone. Some critics of globalization have invoked Babel to suggest that a world economy knit together without adequate shared norms or institutions may prove unstable, impressive from a distance, but riddled with cracks. Others use the story to argue for humility in foreign policy. Nations that seek to reshape entire regions according to their own image can find themselves trapped in conflicts they never fully grasp, speaking past the very people they hope to influence. The arts continue to mine the tower for new meanings. A film titled Babel interweaves stories set in Morocco, Japan, Mexico, and the United States, linked by a single gun and by misunderstandings across cultural and linguistic lines. The narrative makes no attempt to retell Genesis, but the title signals its concern. In a world where everything is connected, miscommunication can still be deadly. Pain ripples along unseen threads. Likewise, contemporary painters and novelists have depicted Babel as a skyscraper, a corporate headquarters, a cluster of satellites in orbit. Each version asks who is planning the project, who is doing the lifting, and who will bear the cost when the structure trembles. For people of faith, the story remains a live text. Some see in it a call to respect cultural and linguistic difference as something more than a temporary inconvenience. Others read it together with later passages that describe a time when people of many nations bring their own languages and gifts into a shared worship without erasing what makes them distinct. Even for those who do not accept its theological claims, Babel offers a compact and memorable way to talk about a perennial human problem. We long for connection, but we build systems that can easily turn into machines of control, and we speak to each other through clouds of assumption that distort our words. Stand again in that modern city at dusk and watch the lights come on in the towers. Behind some windows, people are coding translation software. Behind others, they are drafting international agreements or crafting films and novels. In street-level cafes, conversations switch fluidly between languages. The world is louder and more interconnected than anything the builders on the plain of Shinar could have imagined. Yet their story still reaches us. It asks whether the towers we raise today, visible or invisible, are being built to make a name for ourselves alone, or to create a world in which many voices can speak without fear. Good evening, and welcome back to another night through history. Tonight we leave the familiar map behind and follow the faint traces of lost civilizations and ancient megacities. We will wander through ruined streets that once rang with voices, stand beside rivers that carried trade and armies, and visit harbors that now rest quietly beneath the sea. Some of the places in this story are carved in stone and clay. Others survive only in legend and in the questions they leave behind. Together they tell a story of how people built great cities, how they dreamed, how they fought, and how entire worlds can disappear and yet still echo in the present. As always, I would like to know where in the world you are listening from. If you enjoy these stories, please like this video and subscribe. It is the easiest way to support this channel, and it helps these long journeys through history reach more sleepless travelers. Thank you for being here tonight. Now, if you wish, close your eyes, relax, and let us begin. Night settles slowly over the plateau of southern Anatolia. The wind comes across the dry hills with a thin hiss, carrying the smell of dust and wild thyme. If you were to stand there in the fading light and look toward the stony rise that people now call Göbekli Tepe, the pot-bellied hill, you would see nothing at first that explains why this place has altered the story of human history. It looks like many other hills that lie scattered between the upper reaches of the Tigris and Euphrates. A lump of earth and rock, a cluster of fields, the faint outline of a farm track. It is the kind of landscape where the past lies quiet and does not give up its secrets easily. For a long time it was just that. Local farmers worked the land around the hill, cursing the stones that kept breaking their plow blades. They gathered those stones and piled them aside, making rough walls, the way farmers have done for thousands of years. No one suspected that the hill itself was built on the remains of something older than any pyramid, older than any city, older even than agriculture in most parts of the world. The evidence was there, but it lay buried under meters of soil, under the weight of 10,000 years. In the final years of the 20th century, archaeologists came again to this region. Survey teams walked the hills with notebooks and cameras, mapping out promising mounds. At first, Göbekli Tepe did not look like much. Then the surveyors began to notice carved stones on the surface, fragments with straight edges and faint figures. What they saw hinted at something far more deliberate than a pile of field rubble. A German archaeologist, Klaus Schmidt, had been working at other Neolithic sites nearby. When he visited the hill and picked up the weathered stones, he understood at once that this place was different. The cut faces and carved reliefs suggested large upright pillars that had once stood in order and that had later collapsed or been pushed over. It is rare in the story of archaeology to find a site that forces everyone to rethink the big picture. Göbekli Tepe turned out to be one of those rare sites. The first excavations revealed great limestone pillars rising from the earth, not as scattered stones, but arranged in rings. Each pillar was shaped like a capital T, broad at the top and narrower at the base, like a stylized human figure. Some reached the height of a tall house and weighed many tons. Around them lay smaller stones, walls of cut blocks, and the remains of yet more circles. As archaeologists cleared away the soil, they realized they were standing inside a structure that had been carefully buried at the end of its life. On the smooth faces of the pillars, the carvers had left a teeming world of animals. Foxes run along the stone as if on a chase, wild boars bristle with stiff hair, vultures spread their wings, snakes curl and twist. There are scorpions, lions, cranes, and strange abstract signs. On one pillar, a vulture stands beside a headless human figure, as if presiding over a ritual of death. On another, a long-armed figure with hands folded in front resembles a human body reduced to its essential lines. It is not random decoration. The arrangement of animals and symbols suggests stories, myths, and a shared language of meaning that we can only guess at. The first radiocarbon dates came back from the laboratories. They placed the earliest parts of Göbekli Tepe in the 10th millennium before the Common Era, roughly 11,000 years ago. That is twice as old as the oldest monumental architecture in Egypt. It predates the invention of pottery in this region. It predates most evidence for settled farming communities. The people who carved and raised these stones, who gathered here under the open sky, were still hunter-gatherers, or something very close to that. They did not live in dense villages with rows of houses. They moved through the hills and valleys, following gazelle herds and wild grain, fishing riverbanks and gathering nuts and fruit. Yet they brought that life to a halt, again and again, to come and build a sanctuary that dwarfed anything thought possible for small mobile bands. In the history of ideas about how civilization developed, this was not supposed to happen. For more than a century, scholars believed that agriculture came first. People settled beside their fields, built houses, formed villages, then towns, and only after that did they create temples and large ceremonial spaces. Religion, the old story went, was a luxury that followed surplus grain. Göbekli Tepe hints at a very different order. Here, it seems, a ritual center came first. Hundreds of people must have cooperated to quarry, carve, transport, and raise the pillars. They would have needed to organize work crews, plan schedules, feed laborers, and visiting groups. It is hard to imagine that effort without shared stories and powerful beliefs. The idea that a temple could come before a town has unsettled many assumptions. Perhaps people did not settle down and grow grain and then invent gods. Perhaps they gathered to honor the unseen powers of their world, to feast together and mourn together, and only later found it convenient to plant fields nearby. Some archaeologists have suggested that the desire to create and maintain places like Göbekli Tepe may have driven people to practice early forms of agriculture in order to support large seasonal gatherings. Religion, in this view, did not grow out of the first farms. Instead, farming may have grown out of the first great ritual meetings. If you imagine the scene at the height of its use, the hill looks very different. Instead of dusty trenches and tarps, there are rings of gleaming stone. The pillars stand upright, their surfaces sharp and bright, newly carved. The tops of the T-shaped stones catch the sun. Between them, low stone walls delineate the sacred space. Around the central rings are smaller enclosures, perhaps built later, like layers of history wrapped around an ancient core. On certain days of the year, people arrive from all directions. They come in family groups and clan clusters, carrying skins of water, baskets of grain, meat from the hunt. Fires are lit, meat roasts over coals, drums beat. People sing and dance between the stones, their shadows flickering across the carved animals. We do not know exactly what rituals took place here. Some of the carved scenes suggest a link between death and vultures, reflecting a practice known from other early cultures where the dead were exposed in the open for birds to clean the bones. It may have been a place where the living made offerings to the spirits of their ancestors, a bridge between the human world and the realm of those who had gone before. It may also have been a place where people watched the sky. The alignment of some pillars and enclosures has led researchers to suggest that their builders marked important points in the year, perhaps tracking the rising of certain stars or the return of certain seasons. Others caution that it is easy to draw lines on a map and find patterns that were never intended. What is certain is that the people of Göbekli Tepe lived in a world where animals, rocks, and stars carried meanings layered with story and power. The site does not stand alone. All across the Near East, during the slow warming that followed the last ice age, groups of hunter-gatherers were changing their relationship with the land. In the eastern Mediterranean, a culture we now call the Natufian began to build more permanent houses in stone, grinding the seeds of wild grains and storing them in pits. In the Jordan Valley, the settlement of Jericho grew beside a spring. There, around 9,000 years before the Common Era, someone built a massive stone tower with an internal staircase. It is one of the earliest large structures known. Its purpose is still debated. Some see it as a watchtower or fortification. Others think it may have had a ritual role, perhaps connected to the cycles of the sun setting behind a nearby mountain. Like Göbekli Tepe, it suggests that very early communities were willing to invest enormous effort in structures that were not simply for shelter. These early monuments share a common thread. They are larger than any one family needs. They occupy a special place in the landscape. They invite people to come together. They demand coordinated labor far beyond the daily tasks of hunting and gathering. In that sense, they are among the first expressions of something we will later call urban life. They are not cities. There are no streets, no markets, no permanent neighborhoods. Yet people are learning to work together on a scale that foreshadows the first true urban centers. In the hills around Göbekli Tepe, the land was changing. As the ice sheets retreated at the end of the Pleistocene, sea levels rose and climates shifted. The once colder and drier grasslands of the region became richer in plant life. Wild stands of einkorn and barley spread across the slopes. Herds of gazelle, aurochs, and other animals moved through the valleys in predictable patterns. These changes made it possible to support larger gatherings of people, at least for part of the year. They also made the environment more vulnerable to sudden shocks. A few years of drought or a shift in rainfall patterns could turn abundance into scarcity. Some researchers have suggested that Göbekli Tepe and sites like it may preserve distant memories of environmental events that later found their way into myth. After the last ice age, melting glaciers sent torrents of fresh water into the oceans. Coastlines flooded and river valleys filled. In many parts of the world, stories of a great flood appear very early in the written record. In Mesopotamia, long after Göbekli Tepe had been abandoned, scribes wrote the Epic of Gilgamesh, which includes the tale of a flood that overwhelms the world of humans. In the Hebrew tradition, the story of Noah recounts a similar catastrophe. These texts were written thousands of years after the stones on the pot-bellied hill were buried. But some scholars have wondered whether the deep human memory of sudden flooding and rising waters might reach back into this period. Closer to the site itself, there are more practical mysteries. At some point, perhaps around 8,000 years before the Common Era, the people who used Göbekli Tepe decided to bring its story to a close. They did not simply walk away. They brought earth and rubble and deliberately filled in the enclosures. They took smaller stones, broken artifacts, even animal bones, and packed them around the central pillars. In doing so, they preserved the carvings with remarkable care. It is as if they were both closing a door and sealing a time capsule. We do not know why. Perhaps they believed the site had served its purpose. Perhaps they had built new sanctuaries elsewhere and wanted to retire the old center in a respectful way. Perhaps a change in climate or in social structure made the old gatherings impossible. The deliberate burial is one of the most haunting aspects of the site. It suggests that the end of Göbekli Tepe was not a sudden disaster but a considered decision. There is no sign of burning or violent destruction. There are no scattered weapons, no toppled pillars lying where they fell in panic. Instead, there is the slow work of filling and covering. In the long view of history, this moment marks the passing of a way of life. In the centuries that followed, people in this region gradually shifted toward more permanent villages built near their fields. The balance between wandering and staying put changed. The great meeting place on the hill faded from living memory, and the stories that had once given meaning to its stones were told elsewhere, attached to new shrines and new gods. When modern archaeologists uncovered the top of a pillar and traced the outline of the first circle, they were not only discovering a single site, they were opening a window into a chapter of human experience for which we have no written record. The tools they found were simple: flint blades and points, scrapers and drills, heavy pounding stones for working the limestone. The people who used them had no metal. They carried their possessions on their backs or on simple litters. Yet the plans they enacted on that hill were grand. To carve a 3-meter pillar from bedrock with stone tools, to haul it upright, to decorate it with a complex scene of animals, required not only strength but imagination. It required an ability to think in large forms, to hold a design in mind and bring it into being. In the greater story of cities and lost civilizations, Göbekli Tepe sits like a prologue. It is not a lost metropolis in the later sense. No one lived permanently among its pillars. There were no crowded quarters of artisans, no markets where traders haggled. Yet, when we look at the rings of stones and the way people converged here, we can see the first outlines of what will later become urban life. People are starting to gather in more complex ways. They are agreeing on common symbols. They are marking sacred centers in the landscape. They are learning to cooperate on projects that last longer than a single season. Some of the questions raised by the site may never be fully answered. We can weigh bones to see which animals were eaten. We can trace the sources of the stone to measure how far people carried it. We can map the sequence of construction. We cannot ask a carver why he chose to place a fox here and a vulture there. We cannot sit by the fire with a storyteller and hear the myths that once wrapped these images in meaning. In that sense, Göbekli Tepe remains not only an archaeological site, but a mystery. It stands at the threshold between a world of small mobile bands and a world of cities, writing, and historical chronicles. As we leave the hill in our imagination and step back, the map of the region begins to shift. To the south and east lie the plains through which the rivers of Mesopotamia will later carve their channels. In time, fields of barley and wheat will spread there, and rectangular houses will cluster along canals. Villages will grow into towns, towns into cities, and cities into capitals of kingdoms. Before we travel to those later places, it is worth keeping the pot-bellied hill in view. It reminds us that the story of civilization began not only with the need to eat and to store grain, but also with the need to gather, to remember, and to give shape in stone to things that could not be seen. If you close your eyes for a moment and picture Atlantis, the image that rises is probably not from Plato. It is more likely a scene that grew out of centuries of retellings. Rings of shining canals, white temples rising from the water, tall towers gleaming in a soft light, ships crowding a perfect harbor, a city at ease with its own greatness, so sure of its place in the world that it never occurs to it that anything could bring it down. When the story first appears in the surviving record, it is evening in Athens. The setting is the house of a wealthy citizen. Plato uses the scene to let old memories surface, like wreckage that has floated for a long time and suddenly bumps against the shore. The speaker is Critias, an elderly Athenian statesman. He tells his guests that when he was a boy, his grandfather told him a story. The grandfather had heard it in turn from Solon, the lawgiver and traveler who had visited Egypt many years before. In a temple on the Nile, Solon had listened as priests told him that the Greeks were like children, always thinking that their history began not far behind them. The Egyptians, said the priests, were older. They had seen cities rise and fall and had written down stories the Greeks had forgotten. Among those stories was one about a great island far out in the Western Sea. Beyond the pillars of Heracles, beyond the narrow strait we call Gibraltar, on that island there had once been a powerful kingdom whose people built a grand city and ruled over many lands. The priests told Solon that this kingdom had grown proud, had turned from justice, and had finally been struck by a punishment from the gods. In a single terrible night of earthquakes and flood, the island and all its warriors had sunk beneath the sea. The name of the island, they said, was Atlantis. Plato took that story and folded it into two dialogues, Timaeus and Critias. He did not present it as a myth of his own invention. He insisted it was an old tale preserved in Egyptian records. Yet, from the beginning, he used the story for his own purposes. For Plato, Atlantis is a way to examine the moral character of cities. It is a foil to a virtuous Athens, a warning about arrogance and power. The island is described in precise detail, as if the listener is being handed the plans for an entire vanished world. The capital city is built in concentric circles, rings of land and sea with bridges and walls between them. There are harbors for fleets, racetracks for horses, temples faced in precious metals, gardens, baths, and sophisticated channels for water. The rulers of Atlantis trace their line back to Poseidon himself. Under their command, the Atlanteans conquer many neighboring lands until, in their pride, they turn their ambition toward Greece. Only a heroic Athens stands against them, and in the end, the island kingdom is destroyed. For many readers over the centuries, these details have seemed too vivid to be pure allegory. Others have argued that the precision is part of the art. Plato knew that a well-told cautionary tale works best if the audience can almost see it. He may have drawn on scraps of real reports from sailors who went beyond the familiar coasts of the Mediterranean. He may have used echoes of older floods and disasters. Yet whatever his intention, once the story was out in the world, it no longer belonged entirely to him. For a long time, Atlantis remained a curious story in learned texts. Medieval scholars noted it and moved on. The early modern age, with its voyages of discovery, brought it back into the light. As Europeans crossed the Atlantic, they found new continents along the routes Plato had vaguely described. It was an age when ancient authors were treated with great respect. If Plato said there had been an island empire beyond the Western Straits, many were inclined to believe there must once have been something there. By the 19th century, The world had maps, steamships, and telegraphs. Science had grown more confident, yet the appetite for lost worlds was still strong. In 1882, an American congressman named Ignatius Donnelly published a thick volume with a title that promised much. It was called Atlantis, the Antediluvian World. Donnelly argued with tireless energy that Plato had been recording real history. Atlantis, he claimed, had been a large landmass in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean, rich in metals and advanced knowledge. According to Donnelly, this island was the true cradle of many later civilizations. When it sank, its survivors scattered to places like Egypt, Mesopotamia, and Central America, carrying with them the arts of building, metalworking, and astronomy. Donnelly was not an archaeologist. He was, however, a gifted compiler. He filled his book with parallels between myths from different cultures, similarities in pyramid structures on both sides of the Atlantic, and comparisons of symbols and gods. To a reader eager for grand patterns, his arguments could be persuasive. Modern archaeology has not borne out his claims, yet his book spoke to something deep in the imagination. It promised that the mysteries of human culture had a single, hidden source, a lost golden age that could explain why different civilizations sometimes resemble one another. After Donnelly, Atlantis was no longer just a story mentioned in classical texts. It became the centerpiece of a whole literature of lost continents and drowned empires. New thinkers added their own layers. In the later 19th century and early 20th century, writers influenced by spiritualism and the growing fascination with ancient wisdom claimed that Atlantis had been home to a race of people with extraordinary mental powers. They pictured crystal energy, forgotten machines, and a spiritual science that had vanished beneath the waves. The language of geology was blended with visions of karma and cosmic cycles. For some of these authors, Atlantis allowed them to imagine a past in which human beings had been both more advanced and more in tune with the universe than they were in the smoke-filled cities of the industrial age. Meanwhile, geology itself was changing. As scientists mapped the ocean floor, they found mountain ranges and trenches, but no obvious continent that could match Donnelly's vision. The idea of an entire landmass sinking in a single night did not sit easily with emerging knowledge about tectonic plates. Yet the sea has always hidden things. Off many coasts, divers discovered the ruins of old harbors and towns that had slid gradually below rising waters. The Black Sea, for instance, seems to have flooded dramatically at the end of the last ice age, when the Mediterranean broke through a natural dam. Along with that evidence came the thought that stories of floods, which are so common in the traditions of coastal cultures, might carry memories of real events that were exaggerated and reshaped over time. One of the most persuasive attempts to root Atlantis in a specific historical disaster came from scholars who looked not to the Atlantic Ocean, but back toward the Mediterranean itself. In the Aegean Sea lies the ring-shaped island of Santorini, once known as Thera. Around the middle of the second millennium before the Common Era, Thera exploded in one of the most violent volcanic eruptions in recorded history. The eruption blasted a huge column of ash into the sky, collapsed the center of the island into the sea, and likely produced tsunamis that reached distant shores. Ash from Thera has been found in ice cores and sediments far from Greece. On nearby Crete, home of the Minoan civilization, palaces and ports were damaged. Some scholars argue that this disaster contributed to the decline of the Minoans, whose sea-based power had once dominated the region. If you imagine a sailor of later generations hearing fragmentary accounts of a rich island society destroyed by quake and flood, you can begin to see how such events might one day be woven into a story like that of Atlantis. The city with its shining buildings, the pride of its rulers, the sudden destruction, the sea closing over a once fertile land, all find echoes in real disasters. Yet the match is not perfect. Plato places his Atlantis far beyond the Pillars of Heracles, not in the Aegean. He insists that it was larger than Libya and Asia combined, which no Greek island has ever been. Those who support the Thera theory reply that storytellers often shift geography and exaggerate for effect, and that Plato could have reshaped an older story to suit his philosophical aims. Others have looked westward in a more literal way. In the waters off southern Spain, near the marshy mouth of the Guadalquivir River, satellite images and aerial surveys have revealed shapes that some interpret as the foundations of large structures and concentric patterns. A few researchers have suggested that this region, which in ancient times included shifting sandbars and low islands, might have harbored a wealthy maritime culture that later vanished under storms and subsidence. They point to descriptions of nearby lands in classical authors and speculate that what we now call the Doñana wetlands might hide the last traces of a real Atlantis, or at least of a city whose fate contributed to the larger legend. Still others have cast their nets much wider. The circular Richat structure in the Sahara, a vast ring-shaped geological formation, has been suggested as a possible site. So have locations in the Caribbean, the Azores, and even Antarctica. Each proposal draws on some portion of Plato's description and combines it with local topography or archaeology. In these modern quests, Atlantis becomes a kind of mirror. People see in it what they most want to find, whether that is evidence of an advanced technological civilization, a moral fable about pride, or a sign that the world holds more mysteries than modern science allows. If we step back for a moment from the question of where Atlantis might have been, another pattern becomes clear. The story persists because it speaks to recurring human experiences and anxieties. It expresses a fear that even the mightiest cities can fall, and a fascination with the idea that something of great value might lie hidden just out of sight. Empires rise and crumble. Ports that once sent ships around the world silt up and become quiet lagoons. Earthquakes topple palaces. Rivers change course and leave towns stranded. The sea eats at the land in every age. Every coastline carries its own version of this memory. Fishermen tell of ruined walls on the seabed where they have snagged their nets. Islanders point to pillars in shallow water and say that once there were houses there. In the Celtic countries of Western Europe, legends speak of drowned kingdoms whose bells can still be heard tolling under the waves on quiet nights. In parts of South and Southeast Asia, there are stories of cities taken by the sea after rulers angered the gods. Along the Atlantic coasts of Africa and the Americas, tidal plains hold traces of settlements that long ago belonged to people who did not know the word Atlantis, but whose experience of loss was no less real. In that sense, Atlantis is not only about a single island. It is a way of gathering many tales of disaster into one picture. It allows us to talk about the fragility of human arrangements in the face of forces beyond our control. It raises questions about memory and forgetting. How long do the details of a catastrophe survive in oral traditions before they become motifs in a story whose main purpose is not factual record, but moral teaching or entertainment? How many times can a story cross a language boundary and still retain a clear map back to a specific valley, a specific harbor, a specific cliff? There is also the seductive possibility that some civilizations may have reached a level of complexity and then left only faint traces. We know how much of a city can vanish in only a few centuries if it is stripped for building stone and its writing is not preserved. We know that the sea corrodes and covers, that deserts bury, that jungles consume. It is not irrational to wonder what might have existed on continental shelves when sea levels were lower. There may well have been coastal societies whose villages now lie under tens of meters of water and sand. Most archaeologists expect that as underwater exploration advances, we will find more and more evidence of such lost communities. Whether any of them will resemble Plato's Atlantis in scale or sophistication is another question. But the idea that there are ghost towns beneath the waves is no longer fanciful. The search for Atlantis has often attracted those who want proof of a singular golden age, a time when knowledge and virtue were greater than today. It has also drawn in charlatans and frauds. For every careful diver mapping an ancient harbor, there is someone selling elaborate tales of maps kept secret by secret orders, of crystals, of beings from distant stars. In that tangle of earnest research and fantasy, the line between reasonable speculation and wishful thinking is thin. Yet there is still value in following the trail that Plato laid. It forces us to look more closely at real histories of flood, eruption, and collapse. It reminds us that even in carefully crafted philosophical dialogues, there may be glimpses of older memories, like shards of pottery worked into a newer wall. At the end of the story, as Plato tells it, Atlantis is gone. The seafloor where it once lay is described as shallow and muddy, difficult for ships to cross. The island and its capital have become an absence. All that remains are the tales spoken in a faraway temple and repeated on a calm evening in Athens. From there, the story traveled, copied by scribes, translated, disputed, repurposed. It crossed into medieval scriptoria, moved through the minds of Renaissance scholars, and finally found a home in popular imagination. It picked up carvings and decorations along the way, like a ship gathering barnacles, until the original outline is difficult to see beneath the later growth. And yet, if you peel back those later layers, if you set aside the more extravagant claims and return to the image of a city that believed itself secure, built near a restless ocean, humbled in a night by forces beyond its power, you are left with something simple and gripping. Civilizations are not immortal. Cities that seem permanent are in fact fragile. The map of the world is not fixed. Water rises, ground shakes. People move away and take their stories with them, leaving stone and pottery for others to find thousands of years later. In that light, Atlantis can be read not only as a warning or a fantasy, but as a reminder of how small we are beside the sea. Sometime in the past, in one place or many, people watched as the land that had sustained them was taken by water or ash. They told that story in the language of gods and punishment, of pride and fall. A philosopher in Athens heard a faint echo of it and turned it into a careful tale. Later, ages heard that tale and made it larger. Today we listen again, not only for clues to some literal island, but for what the story tells us about our own attachment to our cities and our coasts. If you follow the Tigris and the Euphrates down from their mountain springs, the landscape widens and softens. The hills give way to flat, alluvial plain. The rivers split and braid and wander, leaving behind pockets of rich silt. In the deep past, this was a land of extremes. Rainfall was erratic. The rivers could flood too high or not enough. Summers baked the earth into a cracked crust. There were no forests like those along the Nile, no ready stone quarries close at hand. What there was, in great abundance, was mud. Mud is not an obvious foundation for a civilization. Yet in the southern part of this plain, in what is now Iraq, people learned how to turn mud into bricks, and bricks into walls, and walls into something more than shelter. They dug canals and levees. They persuaded the wild floodwaters to follow paths of their choosing. Slowly, over many centuries, small settlements of reed huts and baked mud houses clustered along the edges of canals. Those clusters grew into towns, and some of those towns became cities unlike anything the world had seen before. The city that came to stand for that transformation was Uruk. If you stood on the edge of Uruk in its prime, around the middle of the 4th millennium before the Common Era, you would have seen an expanse of mud brick walls and courtyards, narrow lanes, and open courtyards, stretching further than most people of that time had ever imagined a settlement could reach. At the heart of it all rose a stepped platform, a high terrace of sun-baked bricks. On top of that terrace stood a temple gleaming in the sun, dedicated to the sky god Anu. Nearby, in another sacred precinct, stood shrines and storerooms for Inanna, the fierce and complex goddess of love and war. These were not crude huts. Their walls were buttressed, their surfaces sometimes decorated with cones of colored clay pressed into patterns. The platforms beneath them were layered, each generation adding new bricks to repair and extend the work of the one before. Uruk was more than its temples. Around the sacred district stretched neighborhoods of houses and workshops. There were potters turning clay on simple wheels, metal workers hammering copper, weavers making cloth from flax and wool. There were scribes, the new professional class that had risen in response to a problem as mundane as it was transformative. As the city grew, so did the complexity of its economy. Grain moved from fields to central storage rooms. Livestock passed through markets. Wool and cloth were traded for timber and stone from distant uplands. The sheer volume of these transactions demanded a way to record who owed what to whom. At first, the people of Uruk used clay tokens shaped like animals or jars. These were placed into clay envelopes and sealed. Over time, someone realized that they could impress marks on the outside of the clay instead of hiding tokens inside. The marks grew more varied and abstract. They came to stand for things and numbers and names. Out of that simple, practical innovation, writing emerged. The earliest tablets from Uruk are filled with lists and rations and tallies. They are not poetry, but they are the first visible edge of a new human skill. From there, the script evolved into cuneiform, a system of wedge-shaped signs pressed into wet clay with a stylus. The clay tablets dried, some were baked hard in accidental fires, and thousands survived to be found again in the modern age. Uruk did not suddenly appear from nothing. It grew out of earlier settlements in the region, but in later tradition it loomed large. In the Epic of Gilgamesh, composed centuries afterward, the opening lines praise the walls of Uruk, their thickness, their foundations set deep in primeval time. The hero is told to walk on those walls, to see the bricks, and notice that they are not raw earth, but carefully fired and set. In that moment, the city becomes a character in its own right, an enduring presence that the poem expects the listener to know and respect. From the perspective of the surrounding countryside, Uruk and its sister cities must have seemed both marvelous and threatening. The fields around them were carved into narrow strips by irrigation canals. Water was drawn, directed, and shared according to schedules. That order did not enforce itself. Behind it stood a growing apparatus of administration. Priests and officials issued instructions, measured grain, counted animals, levied service in labor from farmers. The same scribes who wrote ration lists also recorded gifts to the temple and inventories of military equipment. Power had moved from clan elders and village councils into the hands of those who could command labor on a large scale. The city was, among other things, a machine for concentrating authority. Uruk was not alone. The southern plain of Mesopotamia became a patchwork of city-states. Names like Lagash, Nippur, Eridu, and Ur appear in inscriptions and on clay tablets. Each had its own patron deity, its own central temple, its own ruling elite. They were rivals and trading partners, sometimes allies and sometimes enemies. Between them stretched the fields and canals and small villages that sustained life. It was a crowded landscape of loyalties and tensions, bound together by shared language, shared gods, and shared dependence on the rivers. Among these cities, Ur occupied a special place. Ur lay closer to the coast than most of its rivals, near the point where the rivers once reached the waters of the Gulf. In early times, its harbor would have seen boats from distant shores. Its merchants dealt not only with nearby settlements, but with people from beyond the horizon. Archaeologists have found in the ruins of Ur objects made from lapis lazuli, a deep blue stone that came from far to the east, possibly present-day Afghanistan. They have found carnelian beads, fine gold work, shells from distant seas. Ur was a port as well as a city of temples and houses. In the early 20th century, a British archaeologist named Leonard Woolley led an expedition to Ur. At first glance, the tell, the mound that marked the site, was just another dusty hump in a broad plain. Bedouin had camped on its slopes. The remains of a later Babylonian settlement lay scattered on top. When Woolley and his team began to dig, they uncovered not only the stepped core of a ziggurat, the temple tower of the moon god Nana, but also something that startled even seasoned excavators. In one part of the site, they came upon deep shaft graves filled with extraordinary objects. Golden headdresses woven of delicate leaves, gold and lapis necklaces, inlaid lyres with bull heads, chariots, and attendants. In one grave, later called the Great Death Pit, Dozens of bodies lay arranged in neat rows, as if they had descended voluntarily to accompany their ruler into the afterlife. Woolley believed these were royal tombs from the 3rd millennium before the Common Era. One of the women buried there he called Queen Puabi, based on a cylinder seal that bore her name and title. The careful arrangement of the bodies, the presence of cups and musical instruments, led him to argue that these attendants had drunk poison in a solemn ceremony, a mass sacrifice in honor of the dead ruler. That interpretation has been debated. Some modern researchers see possible signs of head wounds, and the exact order of events may never be known. Yet there is no doubt that whoever lay in those graves belonged to a small circle at the very top of Ur's society, and that their burial was meant to impress and overawe. The ziggurat that towered over Ur was not a single thing, but a structure built in stages. At its core lay the remains of earlier platforms. Each generation of builders added new levels, new facings, new flights of steps. From a distance, it would have seemed to rise from the plain like a man-made mountain, with the temple of the god at its summit. Priests and officials climbed those steps to carry offerings, to observe the heavens, perhaps to read omens in the movement of stars and clouds. Farmers and herders in the surrounding countryside could look up from their work and see that tower on the horizon, and know that they lived within the reach of a city that claimed the favor of a powerful god. For all their monumental appearances, these cities were vulnerable. The same canals that brought life to the fields could, if neglected, turn them into marsh. Irrigation in a hot climate brings salt to the surface, as evaporating water leaves behind minerals in the soil. Over many years, if no care is taken, salinization can reduce yields and turn fertile ground into sterile crust. There are texts from later periods in Mesopotamia that complain of failing harvests and poor grain, and some scholars have tied these to environmental stress. There were also human threats. City-states warred with one another. Rulers boasted of their victories on stone stelae, and the losers saw their fields burned, their canals cut, their statues dragged away. Around the 21st century before the Common Era, Ur rose to a position of remarkable power under a dynasty that historians call the Third Dynasty of Ur. Kings like Ur-Nammu and Shulgi extended their control across much of southern Mesopotamia and beyond. They ordered the refurbishment of the Great Ziggurat, standardized weights and measures, and instituted complex systems of taxation and labor. Their bureaucrats left behind thousands of tablets recording deliveries of grain, assignments of workers, and legal decisions. It was an empire built not only on soldiers, but on scribes. That empire did not last. Within a few generations, enemies pressed in from the north and east. Internal rebellions flared. A lament text written after the fall of Ur describes its destruction in heart-rending phrases. It speaks of the storm god turning against the city, of temples abandoned, of the people carried away in chains. Archaeologists have found traces of burning and collapse in the layers that correspond to this period. The ziggurat survived in altered form, but the brief moment when Ur ruled, the plain was over. New powers arose along the rivers. One of those powers centered on a city that would become a byword for magnificence and later for corruption. Babylon began as a modest settlement among many others, In the early second millennium before the Common Era, the Amorite king Hammurabi turned it into the capital of a realm that reached across much of central Mesopotamia. He is best known today for a stele inscribed with his law code, but in his own time he was a conqueror and unifier rather than a gentle giver of justice. After his dynasty waned, Babylon spent centuries as one important city among several, alternately dominated by and resisting larger empires. The Babylon that lingers in imagination is largely the creation of a later period, the Neo-Babylonian Empire of the 6th century before the Common Era. Under kings like Nabopolassar and his son Nebuchadnezzar II, Babylon became a metropolis that impressed even those who disliked it. Contemporary accounts, and later reconstructions, suggest a city that sprawled on both sides of the Euphrates, girdled by massive double walls. A processional way led through the town, paved with large stone slabs, flanked by carved reliefs, and culminating in a monumental gate. That gate, dedicated to the goddess Ishtar, was faced with glazed bricks the color of deep blue sky. On its surface, in raised relief, marched rows of lions, bulls, and dragon-like creatures, their bodies picked out in white and yellow. When King Nebuchadnezzar boasted that no other city in the world could rival Babylon for its beauty, he had in mind these gates and the series of temples and palaces beyond them. The processional way led eventually toward a stepped tower, a ziggurat so large that some scholars believe it inspired the later story of the Tower of Babel. The tower that the Bible describes, a structure whose builders hoped to reach heaven and whose language was confounded by God, likely had its roots in these very real temple towers. The Babylonians called one such tower Etemenanki, the house of the foundation of heaven and earth. It rose from a square base and reached upward in several stages, each level smaller than the one below. At the top was a shrine where priests performed rituals. For people living in the city, the tower was a constant reminder that their gods were physically, as well as spiritually, present in the heart of their capital. Life in Babylon was not lived only in the shadow of great towers and gates. There were neighborhoods of ordinary houses, tradesmen and their families, artisans, servants, slaves. Narrow streets wound between walls of mud brick. Courtyards opened into small rooms. Roofs provided sleeping spaces on hot nights. The river was both a blessing and a danger. It brought water and trade, but it also threatened to flood and to shift its channel. Canals cut through the city, carrying barges laden with goods from upstream and from the far reaches of the empire. Markets hummed with the noise of bargaining. In the scribal schools, boys learned the intricate strokes of cuneiform, copying out not only vocabulary lists and legal formulas, but also myths and hymns that had been old for centuries. The city had its darker corners as well. A large capital attracts exiles and prisoners, informers and criminals, those who profit from the edges of official life. The biblical authors who encountered Babylon as captives after the conquest of Jerusalem saw it as a place of wealth and idolatry, impressive in its luxury and repellent in its values. For them, the name Babylon came to stand for all that is proud and corrupt in human power. Later ages layered more meaning onto that name, until Babylon became almost an idea rather than a specific place, shorthand for a worldliness that stood opposed to the holy. For a long time, the actual ruins of Babylon lay under the soil and debris of centuries. Travelers in the early modern era saw mounds and fragments, and locals told stories of how one of those mounds was the Tower of Babel. Serious excavation began in the late 19th century under the direction of German archaeologist Robert Koldewy. His team spent almost 2 decades tracing the lines of the ancient streets, uncovering the foundations of palaces and temples, and piecing together the glazed bricks of the Ishtar Gate. They found storerooms, drains, domestic courtyards, and the massive mud brick core of Etemenanke. The scale of the city became clearer. It was, at its height, perhaps the largest urban concentration in the world, home to hundreds of thousands of people. The end for Babylon as a living center of empire came as it had for Ur and Uruk, through a combination of external conquest and slow dwindling. In 539 before the Common Era, Cyrus of Persia took the city. Later, other empires held it in their orbit. Alexander of Macedon entered Babylon in triumph and planned to make it his capital, but he died there while still in his early 30s. Over the centuries that followed, the Euphrates shifted its bed. Trade routes altered. New cities rose, such as Seleucia and later Ctesiphon, and drew energy away. Houses crumbled. Bricks were taken for reuse in villages and, in more recent centuries, to fire in kilns. What had once been the fear and wonder of the known world became a landscape of mounds and broken walls, haunted by jackals and the wind. Seen together, Uruk, Ur, and Babylon trace a long experiment in building on mud. They show what can happen when people decide to stay in one place and work together at a scale far beyond the household and the clan. They also show how fragile even the greatest works can be when set against time and the slow but relentless shifts of rivers and climate. The land between the rivers has never been empty. Villages remain, new cities rise, oil fields flare in the night. Yet if you stand near the ruins at dusk, when the outlines of ziggurats and walls are only shadows, it is possible to feel the presence of the vanished cities that once ruled these plains. At night, the shore east of Alexandria can feel strangely empty. There are lights along the Corniche, car horns in the distance, the ordinary sounds of a modern port city. Yet out in the dark water of Abukir Bay there is a quiet that seems older. The waves roll over a shallow shelf where the Nile once broadened and met the sea. Beneath that surface, beyond the reach of street lamps, lie the remains of cities that were once busy with priests and traders, pilgrims and sailors. The boats that pass now, with their radar and engines, skim above quays and temples that have not seen the open sky for more than 1,000 years. For most of recorded history, these cities existed as names and hints. Ancient writers spoke of Thonis, a great Egyptian port near the canopic mouth of the Nile. Greek sources also mentioned a place called Herakleion, a coastal town with a temple to Heracles, the Greek interpretation of an Egyptian god. No one was entirely sure where those cities had been. The coastline of the delta is restless. Earthquakes, floods, and slow changes in sea level had reshaped the shore many times. Silt from the river shifted channels and made new sandbars. Villages and harbors that had once been inland found themselves on the water. others were drowned or buried. In the early 1990s, a French underwater archaeologist named Frank Goddio began a systematic survey of Abu Qir Bay. His team used sonar and magnetometers to map the sea floor. At first, the images suggested only ridges and depressions. Then, several kilometers offshore, they began to see shapes that looked geometric. Straight lines appeared where nature rarely makes them. There were right angles, long rectangles, clusters of blocks. When divers went down to look, they found stonework and carved pieces lying in the green light of the shallow sea. Little by little, a drowned landscape emerged. What they had located was a lost emporium that had once controlled maritime trade entering Egypt at the western mouth of the Nile. And in the process, they solved the old puzzle of Thonis and Herakleion, which turned out to be two names for the same city. Thonis Herakleion, as we now call it, had been a kind of gatekeeper. In the centuries before the founding of Alexandria, foreign ships coming from the Mediterranean could not simply sail straight up to any part of the Egyptian delta. They entered by marked channels and stopped at ports where officials checked cargoes and collected dues. Historical sources describe it as a place of customs, houses, and shrines, a checkpoint between the sea and the river world beyond. The underwater survey has confirmed that role. Around the core of the site, archaeologists have identified the foundations of harbor basins, quays, and channels, as well as the remains of a vast temple complex dedicated to Amun and his son Khonsu, whom the Greeks associated with Heracles. The modern entry into Thonis Herakleion is not through a city gate, but by a backwards fall from a boat into the sea. Divers descend through cloudy water. The bottom here lies only about 10 meters down, shallow enough for sunlight to filter through in moving bands. As their eyes adjust, structures begin to appear. A toppled column lies half buried in sediment. Nearby, a colossal statue rests on its side, its face worn but still recognizably that of a pharaoh. Over 2 decades of work, Goddio and his colleagues have mapped temple complexes, ritual features, and what may be the old central island of the city. They have recovered colossal statues in red granite, including figures of a king and a queen, as well as a towering statue of the god Hapi, personification of the Nile flood. Some of those giants now stand in museum halls on dry land, but their surfaces still carry the soft abrasion of sand and salt from centuries underwater. Scattered around the temple area are the remains of a busy harbor. Archaeologists have counted scores of ancient ship hulls preserved in the mud, along with a dense field of anchors of many types. Reports from the excavation speak of more than 60 ships and hundreds of anchors, an extraordinary concentration that speaks of an anchorage crowded with vessels waiting their turn to unload or to undergo formalities. Clay ceilings, coins, and weights show that merchants here came from the Greek world and beyond, bringing wine, oil, and luxury goods, and returning with grain, papyrus, and other products of the Nile Valley. Thonis Herakleion was not only a node in trade networks, it was an introduction to Egypt itself, a place where foreigners first encountered the rituals and legal systems of a very old kingdom. Religion in Thonis Herakleion was not a separate sphere from commerce. The great temple of Amun dominated the city. Reliefs and inscriptions recovered from the site suggests that the local form of the god was associated with fertility and kingship. Around the main sanctuary, smaller chapels and shrines formed a sacred landscape. One of the most important cults celebrated here was that of Osiris. Archaeologists have found chapels that seem to be stations along a ritual route, where a sacred bark carrying an image of the god would have been borne in procession. During festivals, especially the mysteries of Osiris, boats would leave the riverbank at night, their prows trimmed with lamps. Priests and musicians would accompany the divine image over the water, stopping at each chapel in turn. From the perspective of a visitor arriving by sea, the city must have appeared as a place where religion and authority were expressed in the language of harbors and islands. Classical authors preserved some glimpses of the life of this coast. Herodotus tells a story in which Paris, fleeing Sparta with Helen, is blown off course and ends up at the mouth of the Nile, where a local official detains him and his stolen bride. Later writers placed that episode at a sanctuary near the sea. Whether that sanctuary was at Thonis Heracleion or at nearby Canopus, the story hints at a frontier zone where Egyptian law met foreign custom. Greek sailors would have walked the streets here, hearing Egyptians spoken in the markets, and seeing shrines where their own gods were identified with local deities. Thonis Heracleion, with its double name, embodied that mixture. The end of the city was not a single dramatic event, at least not as far as we can tell. Geological studies suggest that the ground in parts of the Delta coast is prone to subsidence. When a strong earthquake shakes such saturated soils, they can liquefy. Buildings that seem solid may suddenly lose their foundations and begin to sink. Over time, a series of quakes and storms, combined with a gradual rise in sea level, appear to have undermined the stability of the site. Walls collapsed, quays tilted and slid seaward. Whole blocks of the city sank, not all at once, but in stages, until the place that had been the main gate to Egypt from the sea became a set of reefs just under the surface. By the end of the first millennium of our era, Thonis Heracleion had disappeared from the living landscape and lingered only in learned texts. Not far away, along the same stretch of Delta coast, another port shared a similar fate. This was Canopus, a town whose ancient reputation mixed commerce, pilgrimage, and pleasure. It lay on the western bank, at the mouth of the most westerly branch of the Nile. In the centuries before Alexander founded his city further west, Canopus was one of the principal ports for Greek trade with Egypt. Classical writers speak of its temple to Osiris and later to Serapis, and of celebrations that drew crowds from Alexandria and from farther afield. It was a place where wealthy citizens maintained villas, where pilgrims came to seek healing and to witness mystery rites, and where sailors on leave found ample ways to spend their pay. The land around Canopus was even less stable than that of Thonis Heracleion. Over time, the combination of earthquakes, tsunamis, and a gradual rise in sea level weakened the ground. At some point toward the end of the 2nd century before the Common Era, the eastern suburbs succumbed to liquefaction. Buildings subsided, streets sank, and parts of the town slipped under the waves. The western districts survived longer and were eventually overbuilt by the modern settlement of Abu Qir. But the drowned sections remained underwater, their columns and pavements resting in the quiet of the bay. The same team that explored Thonis Heracleion extended its survey to the zone of Canopus. Under the sand and silt 2 kilometers offshore, they identified a line of ruins about 150 meters long, where broken shafts of red granite columns lay alongside limestone blocks and other architectural elements. Over years of work, they documented fragments of temples, stone altars, and parts of monumental gateways. Coins and inscriptions helped to confirm that this was indeed Canopus, once a thriving town that classical poets had called corrupt and delightful in the same breath. In the middle of the 21st century, new finds from Canopus briefly pushed these underwater cities back into headlines. Egyptian authorities announced the recovery of a set of monumental statues and architectural features that had been lifted from the bay with cranes. Among the pieces was a quartz sphinx whose base carried the cartouche of Ramesses II, a granite statue from the late Ptolemaic period, and a marble portrait of a Roman nobleman. Divers had also traced a long dock structure more than 100 meters in length, with stone anchors and the remains of merchant ships lying nearby. Only a small selection of these finds could be brought to the surface, in keeping with international agreements on underwater heritage. The rest remain in place, part of an open-air museum that few will ever visit directly, but whose images now circulate widely. Taken together, Thonis, Heracleion, and Canopus tell a story about Egypt that runs outward to the sea rather than only along the river. For a long time, the usual image of ancient Egyptian life centered on the ribbon of the Nile Valley, with its fields, villages, and monumental tombs. The underwater discoveries of the past 3 decades have shown how important the maritime frontier was, especially in the late Pharaonic and early Hellenistic periods. These cities were contact zones, where Egyptian priests and Greek merchants negotiated, where goods and ideas moved both ways, where cults adapted and merged. Exhibitions that have gathered some of the statues and ritual objects from the bay, sometimes under the title Sunken Cities, have tried to convey that sense of a cosmopolitan coastline that was once both familiar and foreign. If we follow the shore westward from Abukir Bay, we come at last to Alexandria itself. When Alexander the Macedonian arrived in Egypt in the 4th century before the Common Era, he chose a narrow strip of land between the Mediterranean and a great brackish lake as the site for a new city. Later, rulers of the Ptolemaic line made that city their capital. They filled it with colonnaded streets, palaces, theaters, and gymnasia. They built the Great Library and the Mausoleum, and raised a lighthouse on the island of Pharos that would shine across the sea and give its name to the very idea of a guiding beacon. Much of that famous city has been buried by later construction or lost to time. Yet in the eastern harbor, beneath the modern port, another chapter of Alexandria is being written in silt and stone. In antiquity, the royal quarter of Alexandria occupied a series of peninsulas and islands that projected into the harbor. One of these was an island called Antihodos. Ancient geographers mention it as the site of a palace, a complex associated in later imagination with Cleopatra. The island remained occupied into the Roman imperial period, then seems to have sunk sometime around the 4th century, probably as a result of earthquakes and a powerful tsunami triggered by a seismic event near Crete in the year 365. For many centuries, sailors passed over its ruins without knowing what lay beneath. In the early 1990s, as part of the broader survey of Alexandria's harbor, Gaudio and his team turned their attention to this zone. Their research covered roughly 400 hectares of seafloor in the modern eastern port. With the help of side-scan sonar and sub-bottom profilers, they detected long straight walls, pavements, and blocks. Divers followed these traces and found column drums, statues, and the outlines of quays. Among the most striking discoveries were the remains of a grand building complex that many believed to be part of the Ptolemaic Palace district, including the island of Antihodos. In photographs from these dives, a diver hovers beside a great block of quartzite inscribed with hieroglyphs naming a pharaoh, Seti I, father of Ramesses II. The block lies where it fell, now home to seaweed and fish. Nearby, bases of columns sit upright on the seabed, while their shafts and capitals lie broken around them. Sphinxes and other statues, some bearing the unmistakable features of the Ptolemaic rulers, rest in silence. To swim among them is to move through a royal garden sunk in slow motion. It is tempting to picture Cleopatra walking along a colonnade here, looking out over the harbor, while ships from Italy and Asia Minor moved in and out between the breakwaters. The historical Cleopatra spent much of her life in this palace district. She negotiated with Roman generals, plotted against rivals, and finally faced defeat within sight of these walls. After her death, the old royal quarter continued for a time under Roman governors. But the combination of natural catastrophe and political change eroded its importance. The earthquake and tsunami of the 4th century destroyed parts of the shoreline all around the eastern Mediterranean. Alexandria suffered particularly. Quays collapsed, and parts of the palace area slid beneath the waves. The search for Cleopatra's tomb has led some archaeologists to propose that her burial place might itself lie underwater, perhaps in a submerged port associated with a temple complex along this same coast. Recent work at Taposiris Magna, a site west of Alexandria, has revealed an ancient port that may have been active in her time, along with large quantities of coins bearing her image. Whether or not her tomb is ever found, the fact that so much of her world is now underwater has changed the way we imagine her last days. The final choices of that queen, once told only as palace intrigue and battlefield defeat, now carry an added dimension of physical loss, as if her city itself chose to follow her into a kind of watery grave. Underwater archaeology in these Egyptian harbors has grown into a patient and exacting craft. Divers work in poor visibility, surrounded by harbor silt that rises at the slightest touch. They map every block and statue in situ before deciding whether it can safely be brought to the surface. International conventions on submerged heritage insist that most material should remain in place. Only pieces at risk or of special value are raised. A carved head or fragment of a wall might spend months in desalination tanks, slowly giving up the salt that has soaked into it, before conservators can begin to stabilize it for display. For visitors walking through exhibitions of these sunken finds, it can be difficult to grasp just how complete some of these underwater cityscapes are. Inside museum walls, we see a statue on a plinth or a relief on a panel, each lit and labeled. On the seafloor, those pieces form part of a continuous environment. A diver can swim from a temple forecourt across a broken wall into what was once a courtyard, then out along a quay to the edge of the old channel. In some places, blocks still bear the cuttings for wooden mooring posts. In others, anchors lie where they were dropped long ago. The muted green light and the soft movements of fish and seagrass make these ruins seem both remote and intimately alive. There is an irony in the fact that as these ancient cities reappear for us, the modern city of Alexandria faces its own threat from the sea. Studies of land subsidence and sea level rise warn that a significant portion of the present urban area could be flooded or rendered uninhabitable within the coming decades if current trends continue. Some estimates speak of as much as a third of the city being at risk by the middle of this century. In that projection, the past and the present meet in an uncomfortable way. The same processes of shifting ground and encroaching water that swallowed parts of Thonis Heracleion, Canopus, and the royal quarter of Alexandria may now be beginning a new chapter. On certain quiet nights, when the wind drops and the sea in the bay turns dark and smooth, it is possible to imagine the faint outlines of those older shorelines beneath the surface. Somewhere out there lie the stones of a customs house where a nervous Greek captain once waited for officials to inspect his cargo. A little further on, the bases of a gate where pilgrims passed into a temple to Osiris. Still further, the broken steps of a palace where envoys from Rome once climbed to seek audience with a queen. Their cities are no longer visible from the shore, but the Nile still flows past, carrying silt from the south, and the waves still break over the hidden walls. In the hot season, on the plains of Sind, the air over the Indus shimmers. The river moves broad and slow, its water the color of poured tea. On either side stretch flat fields and dusty villages. It is not a landscape that announces any grand secret. Then, as you travel by road toward the town of Larkana, a low rise appears ahead, a long mound of baked earth and brick that seems at first like nothing more than an unusually large village ruin. This is the hill that covers much of what remains of Mohenjo-Daro, a name in the local language that means mound of the dead. It once held one of the earliest great cities in human history, a place whose streets and drains and courtyards were already old when the first stones of Babylon were laid. For most of recorded history, no one knew that story. The people living around the mound plowed their fields and grazed their animals without imagining that beneath their feet lay the outlines of a city that had held perhaps 40,000 souls. The bricks they picked up to use in their own houses came from walls that had stood 3,000 or 4,000 years earlier. On the surface of the mound, the ruins of a Buddhist stupa from the early centuries of the Common Era were visible, and early visitors assumed that this was all there was to see. The deeper layers of time lay unnoticed below. In the early 1920s, on another part of the subcontinent, an Indian archaeologist named Daya Ram Sahni began excavating a mound at a place called Harappa in what is now Punjab. There he uncovered streets, baked brick houses, and a style of seal with strange animals and tiny symbols that no one could read. Around the same time, an officer of the Archaeological Survey of India, Rakal Das Banerjee, was sent to inspect the site at Mohenjo-Daro. On his second visit, he found more of the same kind of seal, along with brick walls that seemed far older than the visible Buddhist remains. He wrote to the survey's director, John Marshall, suggesting that these ruins belonged to a very ancient and previously unknown civilization. Within a few years, teams of excavators were at work, and in 1924, Marshall announced to the wider world that India had yielded evidence of a Bronze Age urban culture as old as those of Egypt and Mesopotamia. That announcement changed the map of early history. Until then, many scholars believed that complex urban life had begun in the valleys of the Nile and the Tigris and Euphrates, and had then spread outward. The discovery of Harappa and Mohenjo-Daro forced them to add a third great center. In the basins of the Indus and the seasonal rivers to its east, an ancient civilization had flourished from roughly the 4th millennium before the Common Era to about 1300 years before that era, with a fully developed urban phase between about 2600 and 1900. It covered a territory larger than those of Egypt and Mesopotamia combined, from the highlands of Balochistan to the coasts of Gujarat, and from the foothills of the Himalayas to the Arabian Sea. Archaeologists now speak of this culture as the Indus Valley or Harappan civilization. Its most striking feature is its cities. At least 5 major centers are known, including Harappa in the Punjab, Mohenjo-Daro in Sindh, Dholavira on an island in the salt flats of western India, Rakhigahi in Haryana, and Ganweriwala in the Cholistan desert. Around them lie hundreds of smaller towns and villages. Taken together, they reveal a pattern of life that is both familiar and strange. The familiar part is the presence of streets, houses, workshops, public buildings, and defensive mounds. The strange part is the degree of order and regularity. From the start, these cities seem to have been laid out according to plans. Their main streets run in straight lines, meeting each other at right angles like a grid. Their houses are built largely out of uniform baked bricks, often with similar layouts. Their drains are covered and well constructed. Their wells set at regular intervals. There is little of the gradual, chaotic growth that characterizes many later cities. Mohenjo-Daro is the clearest example of this urban vision. At its height, the occupied area seems to have covered at least 250 to 300 hectares, making it one of the largest cities of its age. Population estimates vary, but many scholars think that between 30 and 40,000 people may have lived here in its prime. The city is divided into 2 main zones. On the western side stands a raised mound, often called the Citadel, a terraced platform built up over centuries. There, large public structures cluster near each other. To the east stretches a lower town, a wide area of residential blocks crisscrossed by straight streets. The whole city, from the air, looks planned in a way that would not be out of place in a modern surveyor's notebook. If you walk today through the excavated streets, the heat presses down and the bricks underfoot are worn by time and by the tread of many visitors. The lower town is built of rows of houses whose outer walls form long, unbroken lines along the streets. Doors rarely open directly onto the main thoroughfares. Instead, most houses have their entrances on side lanes or small alleys leading into inner courtyards. Inside, the layout is surprisingly familiar. There are rooms arranged around an open space, stairs that once climbed to upper floors, and along one side, in many houses, a small bathing space with a slightly sunken floor and a drain. Most houses had their own well, so that families did not have to rely on a single public source for water. Wastewater from baths and kitchens was channeled into covered brick drains that ran beneath the streets. Those drains connected to larger sewers that carried the flow away from the residential quarters. It is a level of attention to sanitation unmatched anywhere else in the ancient world at this early date. Rising above this orderly town, on the Citadel Mound, stands the structure that has become the emblem of Mohenjo-Daro. It is a large rectangular basin, about 12 meters long and 7 wide, sunk into a courtyard and surrounded by colonnades. Its floor and sides are made of baked bricks set in bitumen, a natural tar that makes the basin watertight. Flights of steps descend into it from the north and south. Along the edges are small rooms that may have served for changing or for storage. Archaeologists call this structure the Great Bath. There is no known exact parallel for it in other early cities. Its careful waterproofing and its prominent position suggest that it was used for ritual bathing, perhaps as part of ceremonies of purification or renewal. When filled with water, reflecting the light from the sky, it must have been a powerful sight, a pool at the heart of the city that tied together ideas of cleanliness, social order, and spiritual life. Around the Great Bath stand the remains of other large buildings. One platform with a series of brick bases has been interpreted as a granary, a place where grain collected from the countryside was stored for later distribution. Nearby, a hall with rows of brick piers may have served some official or communal purpose. Yet what is striking about Mohenjo-Daro is what is missing. There is no obvious royal palace, no single residence far larger and grander than all the others. The houses vary in size, and some are clearly more spacious and well-appointed than their neighbors. But the difference is of scale, not of kind. A few larger houses with many rooms and private wells suggest prosperous merchants or local officials, yet the city as a whole does not display the stark contrast between palace and hovel that we see in many later societies. That has led some scholars to imagine a more balanced social order, maybe led by councils of elders or groups of merchants and priests rather than by a single king. Objects from Mohenjo-Daro add further detail to this picture. Among the most famous is a small bronze statue, often called the Dancing Girl. She stands only about 13 centimeters high, a slender young woman with one hand on her hip and the other slightly extended, wearing a necklace and a stack of bangles along one arm. Her posture is relaxed and confident. She was found in a house in the lower town, a reminder that these streets once held not only workers and officials, but music and dance and private lives full of small dramas. Other finds include terracotta figurines of women with elaborate headdresses, clay carts and animal toys, and what looks very much like a board for a game played with counters, worn smooth where pieces have moved over it again and again. On many house floors and in public buildings, small square seals came to light, carved out of steatite and fired to a hard finish. They bear images of animals, often a distinctive bull with a single curved horn, a creature not yet matched to any known species. Above the animals are rows of tiny signs, the remains of a writing system that has never been fully deciphered. The same signs appear on pottery, on copper tablets, and on other objects across the Indus world. Their brevity suggests that they might represent names or titles or goods rather than long literary texts. Because the script died out and no later culture preserved it in longer form, we can only guess at the words behind those symbols. They are mute signatures of a society that clearly valued record-keeping and identity, but has left us no readable histories of its own. Where writing fails us, measures and materials speak more clearly. One of the most striking features of the Indus world is the consistency of its weights and brick sizes. Across far-flung sites, excavators have found sets of small stone weights that follow the same progression of units, a carefully graduated series that would have allowed merchants and officials to weigh grain, metal, and other goods with confidence. Bricks, too, tend to share common proportions. A typical brick from Mohenjo-Daro is laid out in a ratio of 1 to 2 to 4. Those same proportions appear in Harappa, Dholavira, and other cities. That kind of standardization suggests a network of authorities, formal or informal, that enforced shared norms over a very wide area. It also suggests steady trade. Goods could move from one city to another and be measured in the same way at each end of the journey. The pattern of trade extended far beyond the Indus basin. Seals carved in the Indus style have been found in the ruins of Mesopotamian cities, along with beads and other objects that match Indus workmanship. Mesopotamian texts mention a distant region called Meluha, described as a source of timber, ivory, and exotic goods, which many historians identify with the Indus region. On the Indian side, at sites near the coast, archaeologists have uncovered evidence of ports and workshops that supplied this maritime exchange. The most famous is Lothal in present-day Gujarat, where a large trapezoidal basin built of brick lies beside what was once a river channel. The Archaeological Survey of India has long argued that this basin served as a dockyard for ocean-going boats that could enter from the estuary and be moored safely while cargoes were loaded and unloaded. Later, studies have questioned details of that interpretation, but marine fossils in the basin walls and traces of salt in the bricks show that seawater once filled it, and nearby warehouses and bead-making workshops point clearly to a town deeply involved in trade. The craft skills of the Indus cities were remarkable. At Mohenjo-Daro and other sites, bead makers drilled tiny holes through hard stones like carnelian, using fine drills and abrasive sand. Metal workers cast copper tools and ornaments, and occasionally experimented with bronze by adding tin. Potters turned out vessels of fine red clay, often slipped and painted before firing. In some places, they used a special firing technique that produced black and red surfaces on a single pot. Artisans carved intricate designs into tiny seals and fashioned shell bangles and combs. All this activity took place not in isolated palace workshops, but in neighborhoods woven into the fabric of the city. Religion in this world leaves only quiet traces. There are no towering ziggurats like those of Mesopotamia, no colossal statues of gods standing above the towns. Instead, we have small altars, fireplaces that may have served ritual as well as practical purposes, terracotta figurines that might represent goddesses or ancestors, and the images on seals. One seal from Mohenjo-Daro shows a horned figure seated cross-legged, surrounded by animals, which some have likened to a proto-form of the Hindu deity Shiva as Lord of Beasts. Others caution against reading later religious systems into these earlier images. The Great Bath, with its emphasis on water and purity, has been linked in some minds to later traditions of ritual bathing in South Asian religions. There is room here for speculation, but no firm doctrine. The people of Mohenjo-Daro clearly believed in powers beyond the visible world. They built shrines and made offerings. They buried their dead with care in modest graves, sometimes with pots and ornaments. The details of their myths and prayers, however, have faded as completely as the voices that once echoed in their courtyards. The end of this urban world came not with a single conquering army, but with a slow unraveling. Around 1900 years before the Common Era, signs of strain appear. In some cities, the quality of construction declines. Bricks are reused from older buildings and laid carelessly. Streets are encroached upon by new structures. Public drains are replaced by simpler soak pits. In the wider region, climate studies suggest a weakening of the summer monsoon. The Ghaggar Hakra river system, once a lively seasonal waterway to the east of the Indus, seems to have become less reliable. Fields that had depended on predictable floods may have suffered repeated failures. Trade routes too may have shifted as neighboring regions faced their own upheavals. Human remains from the late phases at some sites show higher levels of signs of disease and violence than in earlier burials, suggesting that life became harsher. By about 1700, most of the great cities of the Indus world had been abandoned. People did not vanish, they moved. Excavations farther east, along the Ganges plain, show new towns rising in the centuries after the urban centers of Harappa and Mohenjo-daro were left behind. Pottery styles change gradually. Some elements of Indus technique and design survive, blended with new influences. This is not a sharp break, but a long transition. Yet the kind of city that Mohenjo-daro had been, with its regulated streets, its bathing platforms and covered drains, its script and seals and standard weights, did not reappear in that exact form. For many centuries afterward, the memory of this particular way of living together seems to have faded from human awareness. When later poets and sages in the subcontinent spoke of ancient times, they did not mention an Indus city with a great brick bath and a grid of streets. That story slept in the ground until the 20th century. Today, Mohenjo-daro faces a different kind of danger. The very act of bringing its walls and streets to light exposed them to wind, salt, and rising groundwater. Bricks that lay safe under layers of protective silt for 4,000 years now crumble in the open air. Conservationists struggle to stabilize the site, sometimes with methods that later generations question. There is tension between the desire to excavate more and the need to preserve what is already visible. In recent years, heavy rains and floods along the Indus have threatened the mounds, reminding us that the river which once sustained this city can also help to erase it. Even so, if you walk there in the late afternoon, when the sun is low and the tourists have gone, the city begins to feel strangely present. The straight lines of the streets lead away between the roofless walls. A well in a courtyard still holds a ring of water, reflecting a patch of sky. The steps of the great bath descend into a basin that is dry now, but could at any moment be filled again in the mind. It is not hard to imagine voices, the splash of water, the creak of cartwheels, the call of a vendor at a corner. 3,000 or 4,000 years ago, on a night not unlike this one, a child might have stood at a doorway here, looking out at the lights along the street and listening to the sounds of a city that she believed would never end. If you sail north from the shores of Egypt and turn west, the color of the sea begins to change. The long, smooth swells of the open water pick up a sharper chop as the wind comes down off the mountains of Crete. The island rises out of the horizon as a dark blue line, then a long bar of rock and green, with snow on its highest peaks in some seasons, and terraces of fields and olive trees closer to the coast. In the Bronze Age, as now, any ship moving through this part of the world would have found it hard to ignore Crete. It lies across the routes that connect the Levant, Anatolia, and the Greek mainland. On its slopes, long before classical Athens or later empires, a very early civilization built palaces, paved courts, and storerooms filled with jars. We call that civilization Minoan, borrowing a name from Greek legend. The people themselves left no long narrative texts that we can read, and we do not know what they called their land. What we do know, from excavations and scattered references, is that from the 3rd millennium before the Common Era onward, Crete developed into a center of unusually sophisticated life. By about 2,000 years before the Common Era, large palace complexes had begun to rise at places like Knossos, Phaistos, and Malea. These were not small royal houses. They were sprawling structures arranged around broad central courts, with wings of rooms and corridors radiating from them, terraced levels, staircases, light wells, and storerooms. They served at once as administrative, economic, and religious hubs, the hearts of a society that traded widely across the eastern Mediterranean and developed early writing systems to keep track of its affairs. The palace at Knossos is the most famous. It stands on a low hill not far from the north coast of Crete, close enough that the sound of the sea would have carried faintly on the wind. The complex we see today is the result of many phases of building and of modern reconstruction. But even allowing for those later touches, the ancient plan is astonishing. The central court is a long rectangle oriented roughly north to south, a paved open space large enough to hold crowds for ceremonies. Around it stand suites of rooms whose functions we can only partly recover. There are magazines, long narrow rooms lined with giant storage jars tall enough to reach a person's shoulder. There are workshops where artisans worked bone, stone, and metal. There are apartments with winding corridors and small chambers, served by light wells that brought air and sunshine into their interior. There is a suite that later excavators called the throne room, with a stone chair set into one wall and benches along the sides, and beside it, a sunken basin that may have been used for ritual washing. What gives these buildings an almost unsettling sense of life are the fragments of color that still cling to their walls and floors. The Minoans painted frescoes on wet plaster, using pigments of red, blue, white, yellow, black, and green. In the halls of Knossos and other palaces, there were scenes of young men and women leaping over bulls, of lilies and roses, of rocks and waves, of monkeys and birds. A famous fresco shows 3 figures engaged in what seems to be a bull-leaping performance. A youth grasping the animal's horns while another somersaults over its back, and a third stands poised behind. Whether this scene represents an actual sport or a symbolic ritual, it captures a sense of movement and daring. Other frescoes show processions of dignitaries, women in flounced skirts with bare arms and elaborate hair, and men carrying vessels and offerings. Taken together, these images suggest a society in which ritual, performance, and display played central roles. Minoan architecture has its own distinctive touches. The columns that once lined some courts and halls were not heavy stone shafts widening at the base, as later Greek columns would be. Instead, they were made from timbers set upside down, wider at the top and narrower at the bottom, with simple round capitals. Painted red or black and set on stone bases, they gave inner courtyards and vestibules a rhythm that must have been pleasing to the eye. Doorways could be opened wide with sets of folding doors, or closed off to channel movement. Some rooms had wall paintings that turned the interior into a garden of color. Beneath the floors ran drain channels, and in certain places terracotta pipes carried water. The impression is of a palace that was at once practical and theatrical, a place where every turn in the corridor might reveal a new vista of light and shadow. Out beyond the palace walls, towns and villages spread across the island. Excavations show smaller houses arranged along streets, with workshops and shrines embedded in their fabric. The countryside was terraced for agriculture. Olive trees and grapevines, cereal fields and orchards covered the slopes. The Minoans built roads that connected their palatial centers to ports, where ships with high prows rode at anchor. Their economy seems to have rested on a mixture of farming, herding, and trade. They exported pottery, textiles, oil, and perhaps saffron. In return, they imported metals, especially copper and tin for bronze, as well as luxury goods. Their merchants and sailors moved along routes that reached as far as Egypt, the Levant, Cyprus, and possibly beyond. We have small glimpses of these contacts. Egyptian tomb paintings from the 18th dynasty show ships from the Aegean bringing offerings to Pharaoh. Among the gifts are vases that match Minoan styles. In the Levant, archaeologists have found Minoan-style pottery and wall paintings in port towns. On the island of Thera, modern Santorini, a Minoan town at Akrotiri was preserved under volcanic ash, like a smaller Mediterranean cousin of Pompeii. There, multi-storied houses with frescoed walls overlook a now vanished harbor, their interiors frozen at the moment when ash and pumice rained down. The pictures at Akrotiri show ships, dolphins, and distant cities, reinforcing the sense that this civilization saw the sea not as a barrier, but as a highway. For all their sophistication, the Minoans left us only fragments of their language. Two main scripts appear on their tablets and seals. One is a series of pictorial signs known as Cretan hieroglyphic. The other is a more linear set of signs that scholars call Linear A. Both were used largely for administrative purposes, recording deliveries of goods and lists of people. Linear A looks related in form to the later Linear B script, which was used by Greek-speaking Mycenaeans. But the underlying language appears different, and despite decades of effort, Linear A remains undeciphered. We can count jars and sheep, and perhaps personal names, but we cannot yet read any narrative, prayer, or law from the Minoan side of the water. Sometime in the middle of the second millennium before the Common Era, something went wrong in this world. On the island of Thera, the volcano that underlies the graceful ring of cliffs and sea erupted with extraordinary violence. The eruption sent a column of ash into the sky that reached the stratosphere. Whole portions of the island collapsed into the sea, creating the caldera that is visible today. Tsunamis rolled outward, striking coasts near and far. Along the northern shores of Crete, deposits of pumice and signs of sudden flooding suggest that some ports were heavily damaged. Ash fell in varying amounts across the eastern Mediterranean. The exact date of this event remains debated, but most estimates place it somewhere around 1600 years before the Common Era. It was one of the largest volcanic explosions in the history of human settlement. Scholars argue about how much this eruption contributed to the decline of the Minoan palaces. It is possible that the immediate impact on Crete was less spectacular than we once imagined, with the worst ash fall carried eastward. Yet even without a single decisive blow, a combination of tsunami damage to fleets, temporary climate disturbances, and political shock could have undermined the island's power. Around the same time, or not long after, signs of trouble appear in the archaeological record. Some palaces show traces of burning and destruction. Others were rebuilt in new forms, while some regions seem to have shifted their centers of gravity. Into this unsettled scene came another force from across the water, the rising power of the mainland Greeks. On the mainland to the north, beyond the Saronic Gulf, and up into the rocky hills of the Peloponnese, another set of palaces had taken shape. These were the strongholds of what we call the Mycenaean civilization. If the Minoan world can be imagined as a maritime network organized around open courtyards and colorful frescoes, the Mycenaean world can be imagined as a chain of hilltop fortresses looking out over plains and seas from thick stone walls. From about 1700 to 1100 years before the Common Era, the Mycenaeans built a society of palatial states that spoke an early form of Greek and borrowed from Minoan art and writing while developing their own distinct identity. The citadel of Mycenae stands on a ridge with commanding views over the Argolid plain and the distant sea. To reach it, you follow a path that climbs through the lower slopes, then passes under an imposing gateway. Above that gate are two great lions carved in relief on a triangular block of stone, their bodies flanking a central column. This lion gate, as it has long been called, is the emblem of the site. The walls that frame it are built of massive limestone blocks, some so large that later Greeks would say they had been set in place by giants. Within these walls lie the remains of palaces, storerooms, houses, and underground cisterns. When Heinrich Schliemann dug here in the 19th century, he uncovered a circle of shaft graves inside the walls, each filled with grave goods of remarkable richness. Among them was a gold mask that became famous as the face of Agamemnon, though we now know it predates the period that would correspond to the Trojan war tales. Still, the sheer quantity of gold and finely worked bronze in these tombs speaks of a warrior elite who valued display in death as in life. Not far away, another fortified site rises from the plain at Tiryns. Its stone walls are even thicker than those at Mycenae, pierced by galleries and built of enormous boulders fitted together without mortar. The citadel crowns a low hill that once lay near the sea, giving it good access to maritime routes. Later, tradition would call these fortresses the work of Cyclopes, imagining a race of one-eyed giants stacking stones no human could lift. In reality, they were the result of organized labor and careful engineering. The Mycenaean rulers who built them seem to have valued security, visibility, and the capacity to endure siege. Inside these citadels, the palaces were laid out around central megaron halls. A typical megaron was a rectangular room with a central hearth, surrounded by 4 columns, and an antechamber in front. In the middle of the long wall opposite the entrance was a throne. The floor might be decorated with painted designs, and the walls with frescoes showing processions, chariots, and hunting scenes. From the megaron radiated corridors, storerooms, and smaller rooms. Nearby were workshops for potters, metalworkers, and other artisans who supplied the court. The palace was the center of a redistributive economy. Farmers and herders in the surrounding countryside delivered grain, oil, wool, and livestock as dues. Scribes recorded these deliveries on clay tablets in a script we call Linear B. Those tablets, when they were finally deciphered in the mid-20th century, turned out to preserve an early form of Greek, listing goods, personnel, and offerings to gods. They reveal a world of officials, chariot drivers, chariots themselves broken down into wheels and bodies, and herds of sheep whose numbers were tallied with careful attention. Beyond the palace walls lay lower towns where ordinary people lived. Excavations at Mycenae, Tiryns, Pylos, and other sites have revealed houses, streets, and graves that show a hierarchy of status, but also a shared material culture. Mycenaean pottery, with its distinctive shapes and painted motifs, appears not only across mainland Greece, but also on many islands and along foreign coasts. Mycenaean merchants and perhaps private adventurers sailed east to Cyprus and the Levant, south to Crete and Egypt, and west toward Italy and Sicily. In some foreign port towns, such as Ugarit in modern Syria, tablets record correspondence between local kings and Mycenaean rulers about ships, trade, and sometimes more ominous matters. The world of the Late Bronze Age in this region was a web of interlinked states and cities, each dependent on the others for metals, timber, luxury goods, and sometimes political support. On the northwestern edge of this world, near the entrance to the narrow strait that connects the Aegean to the inland sea that later ages would call the Black Sea, stood another city that would become legendary. On a low hill called Hisarlik in modern Turkey, archaeologists have uncovered the remains of many successive settlements, one built upon the ruins of another. This is the site of ancient Troy. The Bronze Age city, or rather the sequence of cities, that developed here was well placed to watch and perhaps to tax traffic through the strait. Its fortifications, houses, and public buildings have been revealed in layers that span more than 3,000 years of occupation. On the northwestern edge of this world, near the entrance to the narrow strait that connects the Aegean to the inland sea that later ages would call the Black Sea, stood another city that would become legendary. On a low hill called Hisarlik in modern Turkey, archaeologists have uncovered the remains of many successive settlements, one built upon the ruins of another. This is the site of ancient Troy. The Bronze Age city, or rather the sequence of cities that developed here, was well placed to watch and perhaps to tax traffic through the strait. Its fortifications, houses, and public buildings have been revealed in layers that span more than 3,000 years of occupation. The levels known as Troy 6 and Troy 7, which date to the periods when Mycenaean power was at its height, show a citadel ringed with stout stone walls, sloping inward in a manner that could deflect missiles. Within those walls stood large houses with several rooms, some built in styles that resemble mainland architecture. Outside the citadel, in the lower town, there were more modest houses and workshops. The city had wells and storage facilities, and its position gave it access to both sea and hinterland. In Hittite texts from central Anatolia, a place called Wilusa appears, engaged at times in conflict and at other times in treaty relations with the Hittite kings. Many scholars think that Wilusa refers to Ilios, another name for Troy, and that these documents preserve the political realities that underlie later Greek tales about Trojan kings and Greek expeditions. Centuries after the Bronze Age towns at Hisarlik had burned or fallen silent, Greek poets sang of a war that began with a quarrel over a woman and ended with a city in flames. Whether there was a single conflict that inspired these songs, or whether they weave together memories of many sieges, is still debated. What seems likely is that the Iliad and other epic cycles distilled the experience of a heroic age, when small groups of warrior nobles fought with chariots and spears under the walls of fortified towns. The archaeological Troy shows signs of destruction in several phases, some perhaps from earthquake, some from fire and violence. To stand among its stone walls today is to look up and imagine men on parapets and ships drawn up on a nearby shore, even as one remembers that the poem we know was written down many centuries after any such events. For a time, this interconnected world of palaces and ports, of Minoan courts, Mycenaean citadels, and Anatolian strongholds, seemed robust. Each region had its own gods, languages, and customs, but shared technologies and goods flowed along their roads and sea routes. Then, in the span of a few generations around the 12th century before the Common Era, a wave of destruction and abandonment swept across much of the eastern Mediterranean. Cities that had flourished for centuries were burned or deserted. The palace at Pylos in the southwestern Peloponnese was destroyed by fire. Its archive of Linear B tablets baked in the conflagration and preserved for later archaeologists. Mycenae and Tiryns showed damage and later phases that are poorer and less organized. In Anatolia, the Hittite capital at Hattusa was abandoned. Coastal cities such as Ugarit were razed and never fully rebuilt. Egypt recorded battles with seaborne invaders, whom later scholars call the Sea Peoples. After about 1100 years before the Common Era, the written records of the Mycenaean palaces cease, and Greece enters a period of reduced population, simpler material culture, and the loss of literacy that later historians would call a dark age. The causes of this late Bronze Age collapse have been debated for more than a century. Some point to climate evidence, noting that tree rings and sediment cores from various parts of the region show signs of prolonged drought around this time. Less rainfall would have meant reduced harvests, food shortages, and pressure on political systems already stretched by the cost of maintaining palaces and armies. Others stress the role of earthquakes in a seismically active zone, pointing out that repeated shocks could have damaged cities and undermined confidence in rulers who claimed divine favor. Still others emphasize internal social tensions, with elites competing for scarce resources, and the possibility that oppressed groups took advantage of instability to revolt. External raids and migrations clearly played some part, whether by bands of sea-borne warriors or by groups moving on land as conditions worsened elsewhere. Rather than a single catastrophe, many historians now speak of a perfect storm of overlapping crises that together brought down the old order. In the wake of that storm, the palatial systems vanished, craft traditions that had produced fine pottery and metalwork declined or disappeared. Trade shrank in scope. Communities that survived did so in simpler forms, in villages with modest houses and fewer luxuries. For generations, there were no grand archives, no scribes scratching records into wet clay. Yet this was not an empty time. Oral traditions persisted. Stories about kings, wars, and journeys were told and retold around hearths. The memory of great citadels and seafaring expeditions lived on in song. When writing returned to Greece, centuries later, in the form of an alphabet borrowed and adapted from the Phoenicians, those stories were among the first to be written down. They would become the poems of Homer, in which the ruins of Mycenaean and Trojan worlds echo as background to tales of anger, grief, and homecoming. If you go now to Crete and stand in the court at Knossos late in the day, when the tour groups have gone, the wind that moves through the broken doorways and over the low walls sometimes feels as if it is searching for something that used to be there. The painted fragments are faded. The storage jars are empty. Yet the plan of the palace, with its turns and levels, still whispers of processions and of someone waiting in a chamber beyond the next doorway. If you walk up the hill at Mycenae and pass between the lion figures carved above the gate, the stones under your feet are worn but solid. The Megaron is gone, its roof long vanished, but you can still stand where a ruler once sat, looking out through an open door across a courtyard to the valley below. At Hisarlik, among the layers of Troy, you can stand by the preserved stretch of wall and look toward the small modern harbor and imagine a line of ships anchored where the shoreline once ran farther inland. These places are no longer the centers of living empires. They are fragments on hillsides and on islands, visited by travelers and studied by specialists. Yet in the long story of lost cities and vanished metropolises, they are important chapters, each showing how rich, how fragile, and how enduring the memory of a civilization can be. On a bright afternoon, the ruins of Carthage do not look like the capital of a vanished empire. They lie scattered among white villas and flowering gardens on the outskirts of modern Tunis. Columns rise from quiet lawns. Broken baths and cisterns sit beside narrow streets, where children ride bicycles. From the hill of Bursa, you can look down and see the water of the bay, a strip of blue beyond the houses. It is a pleasant suburb, not the image that comes to mind when you hear that this was once the terror of Rome and the mistress of Western Mediterranean trade. If you are patient, though, the layers begin to show. On the brow of the hill, under a modern cathedral, archaeologists have uncovered remains of Punic houses, the home lots of Carthaginian families who lived here before the Roman conquest. Their walls of stone and brick form dense blocks along narrow streets. Cisterns under the floors held rainwater. On another slope stand the great vaults of Roman baths, built long after the Punic city was destroyed. Near the shore, in a shallow basin, lies the outline of a harbor that ancient writers described with awe and envy, a harbor that once held fleets and fortunes. The story of how this city came to be here begins in the older ports of the Levant. Around the 9th century before the Common Era, traders from Tyre and other Phoenician cities sailed west in search of metals, timber, and markets. They founded colonies along the coasts of North Africa, Sicily, and Spain. One of those colonies, on a promontory that offered a good anchorage and a defensible height, grew faster and stronger than the rest. Later, legend would say that a princess named Elissa, or Dido, fled her home city and founded Carthage by a clever bargain with a local ruler, cutting an ox hide into thin strips to claim as much land as she could encircle. The story is more moral tale than history, but it preserves a sense of early negotiation and shrewdness at the edge of a foreign shore. Whatever the exact circumstances, a settlement took root on the hill of Byrsa. Its people spoke a form of Phoenician. Their gods were those of the old homeland, with Baal-Hamon and Tanit prominent among them. They built temples and houses and quays. As years passed, Carthage shifted from daughter to rival of its mother cities. Its harbor looked west as well as east. From here, Carthaginian captains sailed to the rich mining districts of Spain, to the markets of southern Gaul, and to the fertile lands of Sicily and Sardinia. The city taxed this flow of trade and sent out its own colonists to secure key points. In time, Carthage became the hub of a loose network of settlements that shared language, religion, and commercial ties. At its height, before its final war with Rome, Carthage was one of the great cities of the ancient world. Ancient authors speak of a population in the hundreds of thousands, though such numbers are always hard to verify. The city spread from the hill down to the shore, with residential quarters, workshops, and public buildings. Its wealth came not only from trade, but also from the rich agricultural land of the hinterland. The plains behind Carthage produced grain, olives, fruit, and livestock. Carthaginian estates experimented with intensive farming. A writer named Margot compiled a treatise on agriculture that was so respected that when the Romans later captured Carthage, they had his work translated into Latin. The harbor of Carthage was both symbol and instrument of its power. It consisted of two connected basins. The outer one, nearest the sea, served commercial traffic. The inner one, roughly circular and surrounded by quays and ship sheds, was reserved for the war fleet. In the center of that inner harbor stood an island with additional docks and probably the admiral's headquarters. From above, it would have looked like a great stone wheel, its spokes made of ships and piers. Ancient accounts claim that hundreds of warships could be berthed there, ready to be launched at need. When Roman envoys saw this harbor, they understood that they were facing not a collection of small ports, but a state built for maritime war. Carthaginian society had its own character. Political power rested in the hands of leading families, who served on councils and in magistracies. Two chief magistrates, often called suffetes, presided over the city in a system that, in some ways, resembled the oligarchic republics of later times more than the monarchies of the East. A senate of elders debated policy. Popular assemblies had some say, especially in matters of war and peace. Carthage relied heavily on mercenary soldiers when it fought on land, recruiting Iberians, Gauls, Numidians, and Greeks, while its citizen body provided officers and crews for the fleet. Religion infused public and private life. Temples to Tanit and Baal-Hamon stood in prominent places. The city's rituals, especially those concerning sacrifice, have been the subject of long and heated debate. Archaeologists have excavated a precinct known as the Tophet, a walled sanctuary containing thousands of urns filled with the cremated remains of infants and small animals. marked by stelae carved with religious symbols and dedicatory inscriptions. Some scholars argue that these urns are evidence of widespread child sacrifice, a practice condemned in Roman and Greek accounts. Others suggest that the Tophet may have been a burial ground for children who died in infancy, with offerings made in their memory. The truth may lie somewhere along a spectrum that we cannot now reconstruct in detail. What is clear is that this sanctuary embodied a sense of peril and promise in dealings with the divine. Families brought what they valued most to secure favor or to give thanks. If Carthage had remained only a trading power, history might have remembered it as an early commercial republic that faded in time. Instead, it collided with Rome. At first, the two states dealt with each other by treaty, assigning spheres of influence. As Rome expanded its control over Italy and began to look across the narrow straits towards Sicily, however, their interests clashed. In the 3rd century before the Common Era, a series of conflicts broke out that later generations would call the Punic Wars, using the Roman word for the Carthaginians, poeni. The first war was fought largely at sea, as Rome learned quickly how to build and man fleets to challenge Carthage. The Romans eventually emerged victorious, forcing Carthage to give up Sicily and pay heavy indemnities. The Second War is the one that lingers most vividly in memory. In that conflict, a Carthaginian general named Hannibal led an army from Spain, through Gaul, and over the Alps into Italy, bringing war to Rome's home ground. His march, with elephants and a mixed force of infantry and cavalry, became the stuff of legend. In Italy, he won a series of major victories, including the Battle of Cannae, where a Roman army was encircled and destroyed in a maneuver that is still studied in military academies. Yet Hannibal could not compel Rome to surrender. Roman resilience, stubborn allies, and generals like Scipio eventually turned the tide. When Scipio carried the war to North Africa and threatened Carthage directly, Hannibal was recalled to defend his city. The final clash at Zama ended with Carthaginian defeat. The terms imposed on Carthage were harsh. The city lost its overseas territories and much of its navy, and was burdened with a crippling indemnity. For a time, it survived as a diminished state under Roman oversight. Its merchants continued to trade. Its farmers still sent grain and olive oil abroad. Yet in Rome, many remained uneasy that such a rival still existed at all. The elder Cato is said to have ended his speeches with the phrase that Carthage must be destroyed. That sentiment was not only personal obsession, but a reflection of wider fear that if given a chance, the old enemy might rise again. In the middle of the 2nd century before the Common Era, Rome engineered a final confrontation. Citing minor breaches of treaty and disputes with neighboring Numidian tribes, the Roman Senate demanded impossible concessions, including the surrender of Carthage itself and the relocation of its inhabitants inland. When the Carthaginians refused, the 3rd and last Punic War began. The Romans besieged the city. Carthage fought back with desperate courage. The siege lasted for years, with street fighting in the final phase as Roman troops pushed house by house through the city. Ancient accounts describe flames rising from temples, people throwing themselves into wells and fires rather than fall into the hands of the enemy, and women cutting their hair to braid bowstrings on the walls. When the city finally fell in 146 before Christ, the Romans destroyed much of it. They sold many survivors into slavery and tore down public buildings. The story that they sowed salt into the ground to ensure nothing would grow again may be a later invention, but it captures the spirit of the act. An old rival was not just defeated but symbolically erased. Yet cities have a way of returning. Carthage's site was too good to leave empty forever. Within a century, Roman authorities founded a new colony there. Under Julius Caesar and Augustus, Carthage as a Roman city grew rapidly. In time, it became one of the largest and most prosperous cities in the Western Empire, second only to Rome itself in some periods. Its theater and amphitheater hosted performances and games. Its baths drew water through long aqueducts. A new Roman forum rose where Punic streets once ran. Latin and Greek replaced Punic as the languages of administration, though the older tongue lingered in the countryside for many generations. Early Christian communities took root here. Tertullian wrote fiery treatises in Latin. A young lawyer from Numidia named Augustine came to Carthage to study rhetoric before his long journey toward faith. Councils of bishops met in its basilicas. The city that Rome had once raised became a center of Roman and Christian life. Then, over centuries, new waves of change came. Vandals crossed from Spain and made Carthage the capital of their kingdom. Byzantine generals reconquered it for Constantinople. Arab armies later captured the region and founded new centers. Slowly, the ancient city declined. Earthquakes and quarrying took their toll. Stone was carted away for use in other buildings. The exact lineaments of Punic and Roman Carthage blurred. When European travelers visited in the early modern period, they saw scattered ruins and earthworks, and heard locals call the place Carthage, a name that carried an echo of the old Phoenician Kart Hadasht, the new city. If we leave the Bay of Tunis in our thoughts and turn south and east, following caravans toward the long ribbon of the Nile, we enter another ancient zone where cities rose and fell. Nubia, the land between the first and sixth cataracts of the Nile, has been both neighbor and rival to Egypt since the earliest dynasties. It is a region of narrow river valleys squeezed between rocky hills and desert. Towns and fields cling to the strip of green that the river nourishes. Beyond that, sand and stone stretch to the horizon. Yet out of this hard land came powerful kingdoms that built their own temples and pyramids, and at times ruled both Nubia and Egypt. The earliest of these kingdoms that we can see in some detail is centered at a place modern archaeologists call Kerma, near the Third Cataract. By the middle of the second millennium before Christ, Kerma had become a sizable city with a large mud brick building at its heart, built on a circular plan that modern excavators call the Western Defufa. Around it lay houses, workshops, and a cemetery with royal tumuli so large they overawed early diggers. Egyptian records speak of campaigns into this region, of battles with its rulers, and of the wealth that came from Nubia in the form of gold, cattle, ivory, ebony, and slaves. For a time, the balance of power shifted back and forth. Eventually, New Kingdom Egypt extended its authority deep into Nubia, building forts and temples and integrating the region more tightly into its own structures. When Egyptian imperial power waned after the New Kingdom, a new Nubian state arose that both drew from and challenged its northern neighbor. This was the Kingdom of Kush. Its early royal center lay at Napata, near the fourth cataract, in the shadow of a sacred mountain called Gebel Barkal. There, in the 9th and 8th centuries before Christ, Nubian kings built temples to Amun and other gods, blending Egyptian forms with local elements. As political unity in Egypt fractured, Kushite rulers began to assert their authority downstream. In the 8th century, a Kushite king named Piye marched north, defeated rival princes, and presented himself as a restorer of proper order. Within a few generations, his successors had established themselves on the throne of Egypt as the dynasty that modern historians number as the 25th. These Nubian pharaohs ruled from Memphis and Thebes as well as from their homeland. Kings like Shabaka, Shabitku, and Taharka sponsored temple building, restored shrines, and engaged in diplomacy and war with Assyria and other powers. In Egyptian art, they appear with the double crown, captions identifying them by traditional royal names. At the same time, they maintained their connection to Nubia. They were buried in pyramids at sites like El Kuru and Nuri, slender pointed structures rising from gravel plains, smaller in base than the Great Pyramids at Giza, but no less deliberate in their symbolism. Classical authors, writing later, remembered these rulers in vague form as Ethiopians, a term they used for many dark-skinned peoples to the south, and sometimes spoke of them with a mixture of fear and admiration. The Kushite hold on Egypt did not last very long in historical terms. Assyrian armies pushed into the Nile Valley, first in alliance with some Egyptian factions, then, as conquerors, Kushite rulers were forced to withdraw to their southern base. Yet the kingdom of Kush itself did not disappear. It endured, changing shape and capital. By the 6th century before Christ, the center of power had shifted further south to a place called Meroe, between the 5th and 6th cataracts. There, near a bend of the Nile where the river flows through scattered rocks and islands, a new royal city grew up. Meroe sat in a landscape that was both riverine and savanna. To the east lay the grasslands that stretched toward the Red Sea hills. To the west stretched the desert. The city itself occupied a low plateau above the river. Excavations have revealed palaces, temples, industrial quarters, and neighborhoods of smaller houses. Near the urban core, rising from the desert sand, stand the pyramids of the Meroitic kings and queens, grouped in several cemeteries. These pyramids are steeper than their Egyptian ancestors. Each has a small chapel at its base, decorated with reliefs that show the ruler making offerings to gods in a style that mixes Egyptian and local motifs. For a long time, many of these tombs lay partly buried. In the 19th century, a treasure hunter named Giuseppe Ferlini blew the tops off several pyramids in a crude search for gold, doing damage that conservationists still lament. Even so, many structures remain, their silhouettes stark against the pale sky. Meroe was not only a city of rulers and tombs, it was an industrial center as well. Archaeological surveys in the surrounding countryside have found large spreads of slag, the waste product of iron smelting, and remnants of furnaces. Classical writers described Meroe as a place rich in iron. Its people may have exploited local ore deposits to supply tools and weapons for their own use and for trade. The city's position allowed it to mediate between inner Africa and Mediterranean worlds. Caravans brought goods such as incense, exotic animal skins, and perhaps slaves from farther south. River traffic carried grain, livestock, and manufactured goods. From the north came items from Egypt, and from the east, across the Red Sea routes, came influences from Arabia and beyond. The culture of Meroe developed its own script, known to modern scholars as Meroitic. It appears in two forms: a hieroglyphic style used mainly for monumental inscriptions, and a cursive style for writing on ostraca and papyrus. The script has been partially deciphered, in the sense that we can assign phonetic values to many signs, but the underlying language remains poorly understood. That means that even when we can read out a sequence of sounds, we often cannot connect them to a known tongue. It is as if we have recovered the alphabet of a voice, but not yet the dictionary. This leaves much of Meroitic religion, law, and history still wrapped in mystery. Names of rulers are known from royal lists and regnal scenes, but their inner thoughts and stories are still mostly locked in stone. One of the few Kushite queens to step clearly into the light of written history is a ruler we know from Roman accounts as Candace, probably a title rather than a personal name. In the time of Emperor Augustus, the Romans extended their rule into Egypt and looked south along the Nile. A Roman prefect, Gaius Petronius, led an expedition into Nubia, capturing some towns and taking prisoners. In response, a Kushite force under a queen attacked Roman-controlled cities in southern Egypt, including Aswan, and carried off statues and other symbols of authority. Petronius marched south again, fought several engagements, and eventually concluded a peace that fixed the border near the First Cataract. Strabo, a Greek geographer writing under Roman rule, speaks of this queen as a brave, one-eyed woman who met these events with courage. The exact details of the conflict may be colored by his perspective, but the fact remains that Kush was strong enough to resist and negotiate, not merely submit. Over time, however, the balance shifted. Environmental changes, overuse of local resources, shifts in trade routes, and pressure from neighboring peoples all played their part. By the 4th century of our era, the kingdom of Kush had faded. New Christian kingdoms emerged in Nubia, building churches and monasteries. Later, Islamic powers extended their influence. Towns along the river changed hands and faiths. The old pyramids at Meroe gradually lost their meaning for the people who passed them. Sand drifted against their sides. Some chapels were repurposed. Others were left alone. Travelers saw them and wondered who had made them. In the 20th century, a new kind of threat came to Nubian lands, in the form of a rising reservoir. When Egypt decided to build the Aswan High Dam in the 1960s, the waters of the Nile began to spread behind it in what would become Lake Nasser. Villages, fields, and ancient sites along the river in southern Egypt and northern Sudan faced inundation. An international campaign of rescue archaeology, coordinated by organizations such as UNESCO, raced to record and sometimes physically move monuments. The great rock temples of Abu Simbel were cut into huge blocks and reassembled on higher ground. Other temples, like those of Philae, were relocated stone by stone. Many smaller sites, especially in Sudan, were carefully documented and then allowed to sink beneath the rising waters. Entire stretches of the old Kushite and later Nubian landscape now lie under a vast artificial lake. the world gained electricity and flood control and lost a direct view of many ancient villages and cemeteries. Today, when historians and travelers speak of Nile civilizations, Egypt still tends to dominate the conversation. Its pyramids, its pharaohs, and its hieroglyphs are familiar even to children. Yet there is a growing recognition that the story along the river is not a one-way tale of influence from north to south. The kingdoms of Kush and the older city at Kerma were not passive recipients of Egyptian culture. They were active centers in their own right, adopting, adapting, and sometimes sending their own influences northward. The queens and kings of Nubia, the builders of Napata and Meroe, are gradually stepping out from under the long shadow of their northern neighbor. Carthage too is being seen with new eyes. For centuries, our main sources on Punic matters were written by Romans and Greeks who had little love for their rival. Their pages are filled with contemptuous asides and dark accusations. Modern archaeology, combined with a more sympathetic reading of scattered materials, has begun to balance that view. The city whose ashes Scipio gazed upon with grim satisfaction was not only a nest of duplicity and greed, as Roman rhetoric claimed, but also a place of families, farmers, merchants, and craftsmen, a complex society that left a mark on Mediterranean agriculture, trade, and art. If you stand at sunset among the pyramids of Meroe, the desert glows with a reddish light. The shadows of the pyramids fall long across the sand. There is often no one else there. The wind carries only a faint sound of distant vehicles on a modern road. It is possible, for a moment, to feel that the city is simply sleeping, that somewhere beyond the low hills, a river town still hums with life, its people unconcerned with the fact that in some distant future their story will seem lost. In another evening on the hill of Bursa, looking out over the lights of Tunis and the dark curve of the bay, you might feel something similar. The past in these places is not entirely gone. It lies in the lines of streets, in the shapes of stones, and in the way human beings keep returning to certain bends of river and curves of coast, drawn by water, fertile land, and the desire to build something that will last longer than a single lifetime. At dawn, the Valley of Mexico can feel like a bowl of mist. The hills stand around it like the rim of a vast basin, and in the pale light, the shapes on the valley floor emerge slowly. Today, those shapes are highways, suburbs, and the sprawl of modern Mexico City. But if you shift the scene back many centuries, the haze lifts to reveal something different. In place of cars and concrete, there is a straight avenue running for kilometers, lined with platforms and temples. At its northern end rises a massive pyramid that catches the first light of the sun. This is Teotihuacan, the place where, according to later tradition, the gods once gathered to create the world. If you climbed the Pyramid of the Sun in the years when Teotihuacan was at its height, perhaps around the 3rd or 4th century of our era, you would have needed strong legs and steady breath. The pyramid rises over 60 meters from its base, a mountain of stone and rubble encased in carefully fitted masonry. From the broad platform at the top, you would have looked out over a city that stretched as far as the eye could see, a grid of streets and compounds covering more than 20 square kilometers. By some estimates, 100,000 or even 200,000 people lived here, making Teotihuacan one of the largest cities anywhere on Earth at that time. The heart of the city was the long north-south axis that modern visitors call the Avenue of the Dead. Along its sides rose stepped pyramids, platform temples, and elite residences. At the southern end stood the Pyramid of the Feathered Serpent, its facade once decorated with rows of carved serpent heads and masks of another god, whose identity is still debated. Behind that pyramid lay a walled complex that may have housed the rulers of the city and their closest allies. Near the northern end stood the Pyramid of the Moon, smaller than the Pyramid of the Sun, but placed against the backdrop of distant volcanic hills in a way that made it seem part of the landscape itself. Ceremonies held on its steps would have played against that natural frame. Teotihuacan was not simply a collection of monuments. Its people lived in apartment compounds, multi-room complexes laid out around central courtyards. Each compound housed an extended family or a corporate group, perhaps organized by occupation or origin. Within these spaces, people slept, cooked, worked, and worshipped at small household shrines. Some compounds show evidence of specialized craft production. In one, archaeologists have found tools and fragments related to the working of obsidian, the volcanic glass that was one of Teotihuacan's most important trade goods. Blades and points made from this dark, sharp material traveled far, turning up at sites hundreds of kilometers away. The city was carefully planned. Streets ran at regular angles, creating a grid that allowed for organized movement and drainage. Building facades often used the talud tablero style, with sloping lower walls supporting vertical panels, each panel once painted in bright colors and decorated with symbols and figures. Murals found on the walls of compounds and temples show processions of priests, fantastical creatures, and gods emerging from or merging with mountains and flowers. One powerful image is that of the so-called Great Goddess, a figure with a bird headdress and streaming water and vegetation, perhaps a deity of fertility and the underworld. Teotihuacan was a city of many tongues and faces. Evidence suggests that neighborhoods were home to communities from far away. In some compounds, pottery and burial customs resemble those of the Gulf Coast. In others, obsidian figurines and certain architectural features look similar to styles in the Western Highlands. There may even have been a barrio of people from the Maya region. At the distant city of Tikal, in modern Guatemala, stelae record a moment in the 4th century when a figure associated with Teotihuacan appears in local royal lists, suggesting that emissaries or conquerors from the Valley of Mexico reached deep into the Maya lowlands. In return, Maya merchants and nobles may have walked the streets of Teotihuacan, bringing their own goods and stories. Religion and politics in this city were closely intertwined, although the exact form of its government remains elusive. Unlike in some later Mesoamerican states, we have not yet found clear portraits of individual rulers with names and dates carved beneath them. This has led some scholars to propose that Teotihuacan may have been governed by a council rather than a single king, or that its ideology emphasized the collective power of lineages and gods over that of any one human. What we can see is the scale of public ritual. The plazas before the Great Pyramids could hold thousands of people. Offerings buried within and beneath structures include jade, obsidian, shells from distant seas, and, in some cases, human and animal remains arranged with grim precision. These were not simple dedications, they were displays of wealth and control, intended to bind the city to the powers it revered. For centuries, Teotihuacan thrived. It controlled or influenced obsidian sources, agricultural lands, and trade routes. Its farmers cultivated the valley and its slopes with maize, beans, squash, and maguey. Canals and raised fields helped manage water. Markets likely brought food, tools, clothing, and luxuries into regular exchange. Pilgrims from distant towns may have journeyed here to see the towering pyramids and to take part in festivals. Then, sometime in the 6th century, the spell broke. Archaeological layers from this period tell a story of fire and disruption. Many elite compounds along the Avenue of the Dead show signs of burning. Roof beams collapsed, walls cracked and toppled, statues and symbols were smashed. Yet the destruction seems selective. Not every part of the city burned. Commoner neighborhoods in some zones show continuity beyond the date of the fires. This pattern has led many scholars to think that the violence was not caused only by an invading enemy from outside, but may have involved internal revolt, factional conflict, or a change in the ruling ideology that sought to erase older symbols. Crop failures, climate shifts, or pressure from migrants may have pushed an already complex system past its limits. In the centuries that followed, Teotihuacan did not vanish overnight. People continued to live among its ruins. Some temples remained centers of local worship. Other cities in central Mexico and beyond remembered it as a sacred place. When the Aztecs arrived in the Valley of Mexico many centuries later, they were struck by the scale of the old city. They did not know the names of its builders. They called it Teotihuacan, the place where gods were made, and believed that the sun and moon had received their power there in a time before human memory. Pilgrims from Tenochtitlan walked its avenues as people walk through a great cemetery or a shrine, sensing that the ground beneath their feet held both greatness and loss. If you visit today, in the cool of early morning, before the tour buses arrive, and stand at the foot of the Pyramid of the Moon, looking south along the long straight avenue, the city comes alive for a moment. The outlines of the apartment compounds are low now, their walls preserved only a little above the foundations, but you can trace the lines of the streets between them. The air is thin at this altitude, and the light has a sharp clarity. Swallows wheel over the stone. Somewhere a vendor is setting up a stall. Just as long ago, someone set out goods in a market court not far away. You are walking through a place that was once among the largest and most complex urban centers of its age, a metropolis that rose, flourished, and then slid into silence, leaving behind the stone bones of its pyramids and the faint echo of its people in later stories. On some evenings, the ruins of Babylon look almost quiet enough to forget. The mud brick walls lie low against the flat land of central Iraq. A warm wind moves through dry reeds along the canal. In the distance, farmers lead donkeys home from fields that have been worked since long before the first stones of the old city were laid. Yet if you stand within the faint outline of the processional way and look toward the place where the Ishtar Gate once rose, it is not hard to feel the weight of what this city once was. In the 6th century before the Common Era, Babylon was the heart of a kingdom that stretched from the shores of the Persian Gulf to the borders of Egypt. Under Nebuchadnezzar II, its walls enclosed an area that may have approached 10 square kilometers, a vast spread for its time. Those walls were not a simple ring of earth. They were layered with brick and baked brick, pierced by monumental gates. The most famous of these, the Ishtar Gate, carried on its deep blue glazed surface proud rows of lions, bulls, and dragon-like creatures, their bodies picked out in yellow and white. When a visitor entered through that gate and stepped onto the stone-slabbed processional road, he walked into a city whose builders were determined to impress. The road led past high temples and palace precincts, toward the great ziggurat that the Babylonians called the house of the foundation of heaven and earth. In later memory, that tower would become the model for the biblical story of Babel, a structure whose top seemed to brush the sky. In reality, it was a stepped tower with a temple at its summit, a visible link between the city and its gods. Around it lay courtyards, shrines, and storerooms. Markets spread out along the streets, with stalls where traders from many lands sold wool, dates, oil, metalwork, and imported luxuries. Scribes sat behind low tables, stylus in hand, recording contracts on wet clay. Caravans arrived from the north and east, boats from upstream on the Euphrates, envoys from distant courts. Life for most Babylonians unfolded in narrower quarters, away from king and priest. Houses in the residential districts crowded shoulder to shoulder along twisting alleys. Their outer walls gave little away. The life of each family turned inward around a central courtyard. Rooms opened off that space, with ladders or stairs leading up to flat roofs where people slept on hot nights. In the cool of the morning, women fetched water from neighborhood wells. Children ran errands. Craftsmen worked at kilns, looms, and workbenches that sometimes occupied the front rooms of houses, spilling their activity into the street. The city was a place of scholars as well as merchants. In small encoding rooms near temples, learned men copied out lists of signs, star catalogs, omens, medical prescriptions, and long epic poems that reached back to earlier ages. The king's astronomers watched the night sky from rooftops, noting the wanderings of planets and the appearance of strange portents. Their records, dry in tone and written in neat wedge strokes, are among the earliest systematic attempts to track the regularities of the heavens. That attention to cycles and patterns grew alongside the everyday business of keeping accounts and recording land transfers. In that sense, Babylon was not only a physical megacity, but also a great concentration of memory. Babylon did not live forever. In the late 6th century before the Common Era, Cyrus of Persia marched in and took the city. Later kings of Persia, and then Alexander of Macedon, used it as a regional capital. Over centuries the river shifted, royal interest moved elsewhere, and the population drifted away. Brick by brick, locals pried its walls apart to reuse for new houses and dams. When 19th century European explorers first saw its mounds, they wrote of a ghost city buried in its own dust. For them, Babylon was already more idea than place, a name that had stood for pride and splendor in texts for 2 millennia. On the other side of the ancient world, another city grew that would eclipse even Babylon in size. Rome began humbly, a cluster of villages on the hills beside the Tiber. Its first huts were simple things of wattle and thatch. Over centuries, as Rome absorbed neighbors and pushed outward across the Italian peninsula, those huts gave way to stone houses, paved streets, and public buildings. By the 2nd century before the Common Era, the city had become the political center of a republic that ruled much of the Mediterranean. By the 1st century of our era, it had turned into an imperial capital whose population may have reached or even exceeded 1 million souls. To walk through Rome in that age, as best we can imagine it, was to move through an urban maze that dwarfed most other settlements. The Forum lay at its heart, a space crowded with temples, basilicas for business and legal matters, and monuments raised by competing magistrates and emperors. On its edges, senators haggled over policy, lawyers argued cases, and citizens listened for news of war and grain. Above the Forum rose the Palatine Hill, with the sprawling palace complex where the emperors lived, its rooms, gardens, and balconies cascading down the slope. The other hills held dense streets of apartment houses, some rising to 5 or 6 stories, their top floors rented cheaply to those who could not afford more secure rooms below. Rome was a city of water and spectacle. Aqueducts strided in from distant springs, carrying sweet water along arcades that still stand in fragmentary form today. That water fed fountains at crossroads, baths in every neighborhood, and great public bathing complexes where the citizens of all classes came not only to wash, but to gossip, to read notices, and to exercise. The Colosseum, that vast amphitheater of stone, seated tens of thousands for games that blended sport, ritual, and cruelty. Chariot races in the Circus Maximus drew even larger crowds. On race days, the noise of the cheering and the ringing of bells on turning posts must have rolled across the city like surf. In the crowded quarters across the Tiber, or in the insulae, the tenement blocks of the Esquiline, life could be precarious. Fires were a constant danger in a city of wood and open flames. The smell of animals, waste, and cooking fires mixed in the narrow streets. Yet for many people, the city was also a place of opportunity. Freedmen built businesses here. Foreigners from every province carved out niches as traders, craftsmen, and entertainers. Languages from all over the empire could be heard in its markets. Jewish communities worshipped in their synagogues. Philosophers argued in porticos. Early Christian congregations met discreetly in houses long before they were able to build churches. Rome too would face its own tests. Economic strain, political instability, and pressure from migrating and invading groups all played their part. Emperors shifted the center of gravity eastward when Constantine founded his new capital on the Bosporus, the city that would later be called Constantinople. Rome remained a symbolic heart, but gradually lost population and wealth. When Alaric's Goths entered the city in the early 5th century of our era, and later when Vandals came by sea, writers described the sack as if the world itself were ending. In reality, the city staggered on through lean centuries, shrinking in area. Its great arenas and baths emptied or turned to other uses, its stones quarried for lime and new walls. In all these changes, something quietly enduring can be seen. Humans seem drawn again and again to gather in vast numbers, to build up layers of stone and brick until their weight itself becomes a sort of monument. Babylon, Rome, Alexandria, Antioch, and later Constantinople were all answers to the same impulse, each rising on riverbanks or sheltered harbors, each knitting together distant lands through trade and rule. They were places where hopes and fears were magnified, where anonymity and intimacy lived side by side.